Go ahead and call the meeting to order. Call the meeting to order of the Omaha Planning Board. The Planning Board members that are here today are Jeff Moore, David Rosacker, Chris Rupert, Jorge Sotolongo, Matt Tondo. Vice Chair Pat Morris is absent today, and I am Michael Pate, Chairman. Members of the city staff that are in attendance today are Dave's not here today. Planning Director, members of the city staff that are here today are Eric England, Assistant Planning Director, Mike Carter, Current Planning Manager, Jennifer Taylor of the City Law Department, and Kathy Epperson, Recording Secretary. Our rules of procedures are as follows. Notice of this hearing has been published. Copies of today's agenda are located on the table in front of us soon. You are welcome to come down and pick one up when they're here. The cases on the consent agenda will be heard first. Consent cases have been recommended for layover or have already been heard or are perceived by the Planning Board to be non-controversial. Therefore, they will be read and voted on without the opportunity for you to state your opinion on the case. If you wish to have this case discussed during the hearing, you may remove the case from the consent agenda. To do so, when each consent case is read, I will ask if anyone wants the case removed for discussion. If you do, please stand up, say so, and the case will be removed. This case will then be heard after we vote on the cases that remained on consent. When the case is heard, you will have the opportunity to come to the podium, clearly state your name and address, and give your testimony at that time. When hearing cases on the regular agenda, the board will first hear from the applicant, and after the applicant states their case, we will hear from the proponents, and then we will hear from the opponents. After both sides are heard, the public hearing will be closed and no additional testimony will be permitted unless a board member requests additional information. When at the podium, please clearly state your name, address, and whom you are represented for the record. Your testimony is very important to us. In the interest of time and courtesy to others, please be short and to the point. We will try to limit each case to 10 minutes. Those directly involved in the case, please speak first. We request that large groups select a spokesperson to represent that group, therefore eliminating repetitive testimony. When giving testimony, please provide new information and try not to repeat what has previously been said. We do ask that all speakers and others be treated with courtesy and with respect. In that regard, please remain silent while seated and please turn off your cell phones. Our decision to approve, deny, or continue a case made here today will be forwarded to the City Council for another public hearing and for final disposition by the City Council. Conditional use permits are an exception to this rule. The board's decision made here today on conditional use permits are final and not forwarded to the City Council. Lastly, upon the advice of the Law Department, all communications to the board members from attorneys or interested parties should be transmitted through the Planning Department so that they are made part of the public record. The department will then transmit all information to the board as well as to the rest of the public. A current copy of the Nebraska Open Meetings Act can be found in the white binder in this room. There are no changes to the agenda that I'm aware of, so we will move on with the consent cases first. And again, if you want one of these cases removed, please stand up and just let me know that you want it removed, and then we'll put it as part of the regular agenda, okay? So the first case, these are consent for approval. The first case is item number 13, case number C1225-141. The applicant is CK Acquisition Company, LLC. It's on consent for approval. The request is preliminary and final plat approval of the MH Landing Replat 3, a minor plat inside the city limits. Property is located within an ACI, Area of Civic Importance Overlay District, and the location is northeast of 70th and Grover Streets. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Okay. Next is case number 14, item 14, case number C10-25-143, C12-25-144. The applicant is Brookstone Meadows, Inc., Vetter Senior Living. It's on consent for approval. The request is preliminary plat approval of Peace Ridge Replat 1, a subdivision inside city limits with rezoning from R4 and R7 to R4 and R7. A portion of the property is located within a PUD, Planned Unit Development Overlay District. The location is northeast of 204th and Harney Streets. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Okay. Next is item 15, case C10-25-147, C12-25-148. Applicant is Bennington Suburban Fire Protection District number 7 on consent for approval. Request is preliminary plat approval of Bennington Fire, a subdivision outside the city limits with rezoning from AG to R4, along with expansion of the MCC overlay. Location is southwest of 177th and State Streets. Anyone wish to have this removed? Next is item 17, case C-10-25-128. Applicant is the Planning Department on behalf of the City of Omaha. It's on consent for approval. Request is rezoning from R7 to NBD, along with expansion of the ACI overlay. The location, 3802 North 24th Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Next is item 18, case C-10-25-131. Applicant is Thompson, Dreesen, and Dorner, Inc. on consent for approval. Request rezoning from R435 to R5. Location is 365 North 47th Street. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Next is item 19, case C-10-25-132. Applicant is Ronaldo Moreno Torres. It's on consent for approval. The request is rezoning from R7 and GC to R7. Location is 4805 and 4809 South 22nd Street. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Next, item 21, case C-10-25-134. Applicant is Aaron R. Bartek. On consent for approval. Request rezoning from GI to R4. Location is 1915 South 2nd Street. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Next is item 22, C-10-25-135. Applicant is Michael Bartlett, Jr. on consent for approval. The request is rezoning from GI to R4. Location, 1909 South 2nd Street. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Next is item 23, C-10-25-145. The applicant is Sam Wageman, on consent for approval. Request is rezoning from AG to DR. Location is 9009 North 216th Street. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Next, item 24, case C-10-25-150. Applicant is Thompson, Dreesen, and Dorner, Inc. on consent for approval. Request is rezoning from GI to NBD, along with expansion of the MCC, Major Commercial Corridor Overlay. The location is 6120 Military Avenue. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Next is item 25, case C-10-04060. Applicant Foundations Development, LLC, on consent for approval. Request is approval of the major amendment to the mixed-use development agreement for the Falling Waters Commercial. Location is 6441 South 193rd Avenue. Anyone wish to have this removed? All right, we're getting there. Next is item 27, case C-7-25-136, C-10-25-137, C-11-25-138. The applicant is RH Land Development on consent for approval. The request is rezoning from GI to GC with approval of the PUR, Planned Unit Redevelopment Overlay District, along with approval of the conditional use permit to allow multiple family residential in a CC district and expansion of the ACI, Area of Civic Importance Overlay District, for a portion of the site. The location is northwest of Hamilton Street and Military Avenue. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Next item is 29, case C-11-24-170. Applicant is Parkway Development Company, LLC, on consent for approval. Request is approval of the major amendment to the PUR, Planned Unit Redevelopment Overlay District. The location, 3552 Leavenworth. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Next is item C8, case C-8-25-125, C-7-25-126, C-7-25-124. The applicant is 500 Skyline LLC on consent for approval. The request is approval of a special use permit to allow automotive sales in the CC district with approval of a conditional use permit to allow warehousing and distribution limited in the CC district, along with approval of a conditional use permit to allow auto repair services in the CC district. Location is northwest of Skyline Drive and West Dodge Road. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Next, item 32, case C-7-25-127. Applicant is Jesse Bodino. On consent for approval, the request is approval of the conditional use permit to allow an accessory dwelling unit in the DR district. Property is located within the FF Flood Fringe Overlay District. Location is 1406 South 258th Street. Anyone wish to have this removed? Next is item 33, KC 7-25-130. Applicant is Michael Stutheit. It's on consent for approval. The request is approval of conditional use permit to allow an accessory dwelling unit in the DR district. The location is 18209 Sunset Lane. Does anyone wish to have this removed? We do. Okay. That will be removed. It'll be heard after the consent items then. Okay. Next is item 35, KC 7-25-142. Applicant is West Management LLC on consent for approval. The request is approval of a conditional use permit to allow assisted living in the CC district. Property is located within an ACI, area of civic importance overlay district. Location is northeast of 70th and Grover Streets. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Okay, next is item 36, KC 7-25-149. Applicant is Bennington Suburban Fire Protection District Number 7 on consent for approval. Request is approval of the conditional use permit to allow safety services in the R4 district. Location is southwest of 177th and State Streets. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Okay. Those are our cases on consent for approval. We now have one case on consent for layover, and that's item 28, case C11-05-178, C8-07-286. The applicant is Brookstone Meadows, Inc., Vetter Senior Living. On consent for layover, the request is approval of a major amendment to the special use permit to allow general office in the R7 district, along with approval of the major amendment to a PUD, Planned Unit Development Overlay District. Location is northeast of 204th and Harney Streets. Does anyone wish to have this removed? Okay. So once again, those cases that I just read off are on consent for approval, so I'm going to ask for a vote on those cases only at this time. So if one of those cases are on consent and you want it removed, let me know now. Otherwise, they'll be voted on here. Okay? So I'm not seeing any hands, so we'll take a motion for the consent items for approval.
Motion approved. Case numbers 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 27, 29, 30, 32, 35, and 36.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Kathy, will you please record the vote?
Rosecker,
Yes.
Tondel,
Yes.
Sotolongo,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Rupert,
yes,
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
approved 6-0.
Okay, and then we have one case on consent for layover. Take a motion for that case.
Motion to lay over case number 28.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kathy, record the vote, please.
Tondel,
Yes.
Sotolongo,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Rupert,
yes,
Rosecker,
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
approved 6-0.
Okay, thank you. Okay, those cases are now completed. If you're here for one of those cases, you're free to stay. You're welcome to stay, but you're also free to leave if you like as well. Okay, thank you. I thought half the room would maybe leave. All right. We'll now address the case that was pulled off the consent agenda. That was case number 33, and I'll read it again. Item 33, case C7-25-130. The applicant is Michael Stutheit. It's on consent for approval, and the request is approval of the conditional use permit to allow accessory dwelling unit in the DR district. The location is 18209 Sunset Lane. Is the applicant here? Would you want to come up and please let us know what the project's about, please? And I need your name and address for the record.
Michael Stutheit, 18209 Sunset Lane, looking to build a pool house.
Okay. Pretty simple.
Yeah,
That's it.
Someone gonna be living above it?
not permanently, no.
What does that mean? Not-
Well, I mean, there's going to be a couple bedrooms in it. I've got kids that'll, over time, come back, stay with us, grandparents that come into town, relatives.
It's there if people need it.
What's that?
It's there if people need it.
Correct.
You plan on Airbnb in it or anything like that?
No.
Okay, thanks, Michael.
Yep.
Okay, great, thank you. Are there any opponents for this case? Okay. No, I'm gonna ask for opponents next. I think you're probably an opponent, I'm guessing. Are you a proponent? Are you for the case?
Yes.
Okay, so now I'll ask for the opponents to come up and please take the case. Come on up. Yeah.
Name and address.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Quant,
at 18137 Sunset Lane, just a little bit east of this proposed house. This is Rolling Meadows. It's been there for some time. It's a single-family dwelling with 1 acre lots or larger, up to 3, possibly 4 acres. My concern with the house, that it's going to be used for family today, but it's almost 1,200 square feet. It's going to be a rental property. And it's going to face the street. It's almost another lot, or it could be. It could be. We have other properties there that are plenty large to do the same thing. If this house is allowed to be put in, others could do it. I could do it in mine if I wanted, if you wanted additional income. I just don't think that an additional house should be put in. A pool house is one thing, barns, that's why we're out there. But this is a full-size house, bigger than my first house. There are a couple lots there that have small dwellings in the back that were made for family or what have you, and I have pictures of them here that are unassuming in the back. There's no driveway to them, that kind of thing. Can I put a picture of those up? Can you do that?
I
or
just put it on the,
do you do that? There's one of them. Like I said, that's kind of why we all moved out there. It's to be able to do stuff like this, but what he's proposing is a little bit more. There's another one there.
Sir, on the top, can you scroll? It'll zoom out so you can see the whole picture.
What am I trying to do?
Scroll.
there's a, there you go.
Oh,
What is it we're looking at?
these are small little guest homes or whatever that neighbors have in their backyards.
How big are they? do you know?
There's no driveways to them, that kind of thing. They're small, you know. You want the other one back up?
Sure.
A little clearer. So,
Do you have an issue with these units or that are out there right now?
do I have a
Or
problem with them? No,
okay,
no.
So your
What the
problem with this-
gentleman's proposing here is kind of behind that tree, but it's a 1,200 square foot house, or 1,150 or whatever it was. Once that's in, and I'm afraid once the family's done, whatever, he's gonna have a lot of money invested in this. It's gonna have to go off a rental. I guess that's pretty much it, except with a home that's sitting on the street like that, would that have a separate septic? Will it have metered utilities? A driveway? That kind of thing. Then it's just a whole nother house sitting on a portion of the lot that probably wouldn't have been approved with our original covenants anyway. So that's, I guess that's really all I got to say about it.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Michael, could you come back up, please? So Mr. Quant was pretty, and name and address again for the record, please.
Michael Studheit, 18209 Sunset Lane.
Yeah, Mr. Quant was pretty certain that this unit's going to be a rental property. Is it going to be a rental property?
It is not going to be a rental property.
You're certain of that?
I'm certain of
You're on
that. There's
public
not going to
record,
be,
right?
I don't know, it's not facing the street. There's not a driveway going to it. It's facing the pool.
Okay. That's all I had. Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, any other opponents? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Eric?
yeah, so fairly recently, early part of 2024, the City Council approved new zoning regulations that do allow accessory dwelling units either permitted outright in 10 different zoning districts across the city or in 10 other zoning districts with approval of a conditional use permit. Those that require a conditional use permit, such as the example here today, are your generally your low-density residential units, or low-density residential zoning. You know, ADUs are one potential solution to help tackle the desperate need for affordable housing in our city, in our community. It's not a catch-all answer, but we believe strongly, and really the code change came out of the City of Omaha's Housing and Affordability Action Plan, which is basically an extensive housing study that the city continues to implement, and this was one of the zoning code changes that was identified in that original document, and one that we believe is absolutely necessary, and we believe that it's been fairly successful in the short time that the zoning has allowed it. There's probably been about 9 or 10 others that have come to this board for conditional use permits. A few of those are under construction, so you know, we'll have some more examples to go by here as we move forward, but really it's another way to provide housing that taps into existing infrastructure, taps into existing neighborhoods. There are requirements in place about the location where it can be situated. Those other examples that were presented, I don't know if those are officially housing units. If so, they were done illegally, and those don't meet the criteria. But you know, I don't know the situation if they have full cooking facilities and bedroom space, so I'm not here to comment on those. But you know, this application is meeting all the requirements. There's just a few small tweaks that do not need waivers, but a small tweak that we need for the site plan before it comes in for building permit. So it meets all the applicable codes. We think it's important to be able to provide these housing units, which by nature can only, well, they don't have to be rented out. I mean, it could be a family member, but they cannot become their own platted lot. They cannot be separated and owned off. So by nature, they are typically rental units, which there's nothing wrong with rental units. Of course, we have that type of housing all throughout our city. And of course, homeownership is great. But so I guess with that being said, staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit for an ADU in the DR district, subject to the 6 conditions in the recommendation report.
There's 5 conditions.
There are 6. Yep.
There's 6, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Thank you, though.
Okay, thank you, Eric. All right, do I have a motion?
Motion for the approval of a conditional use permit to allow an accessory dwelling unit in the DR district, subject to the following 6 conditions in the report.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Kathy, will you record the vote, please?
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Rupert?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Tondel?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll now move into the regular agenda items, and the first 4 are going to be administrative meeting only, which means that there will be no public testimony on these particular items. The first one is item 1. It's case C10 22-269, C12 22-270. The applicant is 156 Potter Villas LLC. The request is final plat approval of Pine Creek Woods, formerly the Villas at Pine Creek Woods, a subdivision outside city limits with rezoning from AG and R5 to R4 and R6, along with approval of the MCC Major Commercial Corridor Overlay District for a portion of the site. The location is southwest of 156th and Potter Street. Eric, please.
Yeah, so we do have a recommendation for layover for this item. There are a few provisions that still need to be addressed, and the city's not comfortable in recommending approval at this time. With those being specifically, Outlot B needs to be widened to incorporate the proposed channel, including side slope and a 10-foot wide maintenance access on both lots. That is on the western portion of the site. And then there's 2 lots, lot 16 and 17, that the storm sewer extension needs to be extended north past that lot into an adjacent Outlot A, as well as providing building envelopes. So we don't typically give the applicant an opportunity to speak, but if they are present and would like to make a comment, would be acceptable to that. I don't know if that's the case. But I'll read the recommendation. Final plat must be laid over to address the 3 items in the recommendation report.
Okay. Is the applicant here? you want to speak to this at all?
He's coming forward.
And please, your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Jeff Stoll, 10909 Mill Valley Road. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Thank you for this opportunity to speak real quick. We believe that we can work these conditions out between now and City Council. We don't see any issues with the lot in 16 and 17. There's 2 of those 3 comments. The first comment was regarding drainage on the west side of the project. We feel like we can work that out with Public Works while we work through the other things we have to do to get to City Council. So we feel like we should be recommended for approval, not layover.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Eric, question for you. We've looked at this a couple of times, I think, haven't we? Has this same issue been brought up before? These issues, I should say.
Well, previously, the outlot on the west, let me get that here, between lots 4 and 5. So outlot B, one of the conditions of the approved preliminary plat was to provide that outlot. Unfortunately, it's not large enough size to accommodate the area that's needed. There was a tweak between lots 16 and 17. Previously, there was an outlot for a drainage basin that was shown. There has been modification for sewer along with accompanied easement in that place. So they attempted to address those 2 items. However, they were not to the level that Public Works found acceptable to move forward without that additional information, and that's the reason for the layover. But so the city believes that this could be back on next month, and this issue could get worked out, but we're not comfortable at this time recommending approval.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. Any comments? If not, need a motion, please? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Kathy, will you record the vote?
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Rupert? Yes. Rosacker?
Yes.
Tondel?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Jeff, I think you heard from Eric. I think you guys can work together, get this resolved, and
Yeah,
bring it
no,
back next
we'll
month.
work closely with them and get something back in so we comply.
Yeah, okay, great.
Thanks.
Okay, next is item 2, KC 10-25029, C12 25030. Applicant is Gibraltar LLC. The request is final plat approval of Jackson Street addition, a subdivision inside city limits with rezoning from R8 to TOD2 MUR, along with the repeal of the ACI overlay district. Location is southwest of 29th and Jackson Street. Eric, please.
Yeah, so the preliminary plat was before the planning board February 5th and ultimately approved by city council March 25th. It creates 6 lots. All of the items have been adequately addressed at this time to move forward, including obtaining a lot width waiver from the Zoning Board of Appeals that was necessary. Staff recommends approval of the repeal of the ACI overlay district, approval of the rezoning from R8 to TOD2 MUR, and approval of the final plat subject to submittal of acceptable final subdivision agreement prior to city council.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the approval of the repeal of the ACI overlay district, approval of the rezoning from R8 to TOD2 MUR, and approval of the final plat subject to submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement prior to forwarding to the request to the city council for final action.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Moore?
Yes.
Rupert? Yes. Rosacker?
Yes.
Tondel?
Yes.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Okay, next is item 3, KC 10-25052, C12 25053. Applicant is Insinger Engineering. The request is final plat approval of Vinton Silos addition, a subdivision inside city limits with rezoning from GI to R7. Location southwest of 34th and Vinton Street. Eric.
Yeah, so this preliminary plat was heard by the planning board March 5th and approved by city council April 25th. It creates 1 lot. Of course, this involves multifamily, residential project, part demolition of the existing silos off of 34th and Interstate 80. There is some clarification needed on right-of-way dedication to ensure that the adequate distance is being provided. So that's being factored in. Just some additional information is needed. Staff recommends approval of the rezoning from GI to R7, approval of the final plat subject to providing the required right-of-way dedication on the final plat Mylars, and submittal of an acceptable subdivision agreement prior to City Council.
Okay, thank you, Eric. I have a motion, please.
Motion on case 3 for the approval of the rezoning from GI to R7. Approval of the final plat, subject to providing and required ROW dedication on the final plat Mylars, and a submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement prior to forwarding the request to the City Council.
Second.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Rupert? Yes. Rosacker?
Yes.
Tondel? Sotolongo? Moore? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Thank you. Next is, this is our last administrative case. It's item 4, case C10-18277, C12-18278. The applicant is Key Investments, LLC. The request is final plat approval of Town Center West, lots 6 through 9, outlots C through F, a subdivision outside the city limits with rezoning from AG to MU. The location is northeast of 210th Street and West Center Road. Eric.
Yeah, so this is the second phase of Town Center West. It has been several years since the first phase was approved back in 2019. That established the approved mixed-use development agreement. So far, there's been a religious assembly building that is on site. So this second phase will include 4 mixed-use lots, as well as some additional outlots. The only modification proposed as part of the final plat is to the previously proposed Outlot D, which was a private street circulating the eastern portion of the site, which will now be a public street. There are no proposed changes to the mixed-use plan. If there are any, it would likely fall into a minor amendment category, but we encourage the applicant to continue to coordinate with city staff regarding that provision. Staff recommends approval of the rezoning from AG to MU and approval of the final plat subject to submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement prior to City Council.
Thank you. Okay, any comments? Do I have a motion?
Approval of the rezoning from AG to MU. Approval of the final plat subject to submittal of an acceptable final subdivision agreement prior to forwarding to City Council.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Tondel? Sotolongo? Moore? Rupert? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Thank you. All right, we'll now move into the public hearing section of our agenda. First one is item 5, case C820-188, C820-191. The applicant is Karen Buddhist Society of Omaha. The request is approval of a special use permit to allow religious assembly in the DR district, and approval of special use permit to allow development in the ED, North Hills Environmental Resources Overlay District. And this was laid over from our March 5th, 2025 meeting. Location is 9861 North 60th Street. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Good afternoon, Douglas Streeson, 10836 Old Mill Road, appearing on behalf of the Karen Buddhist Society on this case. They've taken over an existing kind of farmstead up in this area. They have their religious ceremonies held there periodically. There are numerous conditions attached to this recommendation, all of which, I guess there's a couple that we take exception to. The rest of them are all the same. Item 5 says that the off-street parking will only be utilized at the event that occurs once every 3 years. We were hoping that the off-street parking could be utilized for any event. There's 3 they have pretty much annually that draw a big crowd of about 150. If there's 4 cars or 4 people per car, there's enough parking on site. We're thinking it would be nice to have the option to use our off-street or our off-site parking for those events rather than have it precluded only to the once every 3 year event.
How many events, Doug, do you think that they would have the need to have that off-street parking available to them?
I'm not sure that. Endo, the chief of the Buddhists is here. He can answer those more detailed questions. It just seemed to me that we're making this overly restrictive. One of the big issues in the first hearing was the safety up 60th Street and the lack of parking on site. So I think when we say it can only be used for one, we're kind of restricting ourselves and putting us back into a bad position relative to safety and traffic on site. We've got a willing owner to let us use the parking lots. Typically, these events are on a weekend. We've also got a shuttle service willing to transport people to and from that site. So we'd like that to go forward with a little looser language than it has right now. The other item is item 10, the maximum permitted sound. As you guys are likely aware, this site is near I-680. We have an acoustical engineer involved in the project right now doing analysis. The current spec allows 60 decibels at the property line. I'm not sure that that isn't exceeded already with the interstate being in such close proximity. So what I would like to request is that we're held to the ambient noise level that's found when we do the acoustical study to begin with. We're going to make efforts to provide noise reduction at these events. We've restricted the hours during the operation to during the day. But I don't want to get us in a spot where there's something we can't meet. If the ambient noise is already 70 decibels, we can't get it down to 60. But we understand what you're trying to accomplish, that the neighbors will have a noise level similar to what they had before the Buddhists, or that really what they have right now when the Buddhists aren't having their event. With that, Endo can ask you questions about, or can answer the questions regarding how often these events occurred. It's been a couple months since that hearing, so I just wanted to remind what was said there. The neighbors seem to be okay at this point, and we haven't been having any of the events trying to work through this process.
Doug, I have a question regarding the sound. So you're having a study done, and you're suspicioning that the ambient noise from the interstate is going to exceed this regulation that we're talking about. Is that what you're?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not an acoustical engineer, but I've been at places that are near the interstate, more I-80 than 680.
Right.
And you and I couldn't have a conversation at a dinner table at some of these houses near I-80.
What you're saying is, you could fail and not even have any noise. That's what you're saying.
Right.
Because of the ambient noise.
Exactly. And we understand what you're trying to accomplish is that the neighbors have the same noise level that they've always had, even during the events. We're looking at all kinds of things. I think the acoustical engineer will have suggestions for us, one of which is to move where the actual noise is being created a lot closer to the south property line, which gets us away from all the neighbors and closer to the interstate. Yeah. There's other things we've thought of, but until we've got the report, it's hard to say what we need to do. We may have like temporary sound walls that go up that we do during the event. So I think with that in mind, we would request that those two items be looked at. We're fine with everything else, and we'd like to move forward to the city council so we can get these guys back to normal sooner rather than later.
Doug, with regard to the parking again, and I'll bring Endo up to here in a bit, but with regard to the parking, where would the additional cars be parked? I'm looking at the map here. Where would they be parked?
We have an off-site parking lot, I want to say within 1.5 miles to the east that we can circulate. We're going to use that parking lot when we have overflow or we expect larger events, coordinate the use of that lot with a shuttle rather than have people pulling up on 60th Street, the parking lot's full, and being redirected somewhere else. We'd like to be able to use that on more occasions than the once every 3 years occasion. If the event exceeds expectations, we'll have a fallback on where to direct the extra people or the unexpected people that show up. By strict calculations, there's enough parking, but it assumes 4 people per car. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't go many places with 4 people in my car.
Need more friends.
You just set yourself up for a joke there, but, you know, he's
Sorry, Doug. Okay. Anything else?
Any other questions?
Doug, if this were to proceed to city council and ultimately is approved, how quick do you think you can get in the improvements of the parking lot? Obviously, the recommendation report talks about not having, you know, official religious assembly activity until that takes place. What kind of timeline do you anticipate?
Frankly, I'm not as worried about that as the building code things. It's an old farmstead. I'm not an architect, but I suspect there's going to be some issues with that. I think once we know what we have to do, we could get those improvements accomplished this season.
Okay, Endo, you want to come up and maybe answer the question that I raised about the parking? How many events you think you would have a need for the additional parking? Name and address for the record.
My name is Indo Basa, and I live on the property 961 North 60th Street, and I'm a chisma of the organizations living on the property. So, yep.
Okay.
And
how many events?
For the years, like mostly 6 events like that, but in our calendar, that probably 6. That 6 is like our ceremony, like about the religious ceremony. Is a year. The 6 is normal, like 6. Yeah. And it's not a big event like we say. At 3 years, once 3 years, which is we call ordination ceremony. That time, like I said earlier, that we are event. Some of the our friend out of the Omaha also come. Other states coming. That time maybe more cars coming. But the other occasions, before that we accommodate the cars in our parking lots as well as we put the graphs that time. But now we know that we are not allowed to do on the graphs, so we are trying to comply with the cities and also trying to build. If we got the permits, we're trying to build more parking on the property, which we can accommodate more cars. And also for the we were trying to use the shuttle service, and as well as we are trying to talk to our people. Also, we will use our own service. Also, we will use the the van, which can accommodate many people on the big cars. We can come many people. We use like a small bus, like a van bus. So I think so that we can reduce the car coming to the properties. I mean, not much parking, so many people can come in the Omaha.
So how many people do you get at your what do you call it, ordination ceremony?
For the ordination ceremony, is sometimes we can't say exactly, but because sometimes we have like a 14 14 or 20 people who are trying to be ordained, so they have their families also. And in that occasion, approximately 100 150 people can come, and maybe sometimes more come at the same time, if they have many. But we cannot say exactly how many people on that years. It could be they want to be ordained. So.
Yeah, and I just need approximate. So, and then on the flip side of that, so approximately how many people then at the other events where you need the additional?
Oh, for the other event, like 100, 120
So
can
almost
come.
the same amount.
Yeah, not sometimes it can be more, but some people come just come and left, something like that. Or they're not staying there; they just come in and enjoy like a little bit smaller time and they left. So sometimes we cannot count. But we know only when the may even like we're trying to pray, and you're gonna see the how many people is. That time when I count sometimes like 115 is the most maximum people, but which is when I said at 115, it is when people are on the same spot at the same time when they're sitting, then and we start the prayer. But some normally when they are coming, going out, in out, that time I cannot count them because some people stay only a few minutes, like 10 minutes after they eat, they enjoy, they talk, they left. For that occasion, you cannot count. But when we start to start eating everything, we prepare and to when we start to pray, and then you know that how many people will come. But the maximum people is the 150. The last time I count, 115 is the maximum on that. In the mind building, because the Buddhist people do not sit on the chair like this. That's why they can sit close to each other in our property, which is time something like that. Also on the space like that.
Sure. Okay. That's still,
yeah.
Yeah, still a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Any other
Thanks.
questions?
Anyway, thank you. Sir.
Are there any other proponents that wish to speak on this? Are there any opponents? We'll need your name and address.
Crystal Vaughn, 9850 North 60th Street.
Is it Crystal?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You had the paperwork that we turned in from the neighbors at the last meeting. Have those been reviewed and read?
From the last meeting?
From the last meeting, correct.
From last meeting, we got that information.
Okay. The ladies that were with me last time are out of town for this meeting, unfortunately. So I'm trying to speak for them. Have a couple of different questions. If the special use permits have not been pulled yet, why has building construction still been going on for the last month?
Okay. Let me ask you this. Have you seen it with your own eyes?
Yes, I live right there.
Okay. What kind of construction is going on?
Okay, I shouldn't say my eyes. I have heard the construction. Correct that, sorry.
Okay.
Hammering, sawing, screwing, drills. If this is agreed on or approved for the terms that are 10-3 for their celebrations, if it goes over the 115, 150, in the paperwork it says 250 for the once every 3-year ceremony. That wasn't mentioned at all just now. So the max was 115, 150. Who holds them accountable once that is exceeded, if that's what the contingencies are?
Yeah, we'll address that question.
Okay. The last meeting, communication was key, was the main point that was brought up. There's been no communication from TD2. There's been no communication from Paul Butler or Endo and his group up until this last week when they had a birthday celebration. Nothing to do with the religious ceremony. We have no issue with that. There's been no communication at all. Is there going to be communication going forward with it? The gentleman that sat in front of the POW MIA flag at the last meeting, I can't remember his name, I'm sorry. Maybe it was Tondel, asked if I had I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly which one it was. Somebody asked if I would agree to the 10 to 3 drumming and beating outside. We have no issue with that whatsoever. When the dates and the times change from 4 times a year to now 6 times a year, and then the practices from 5 days a week from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., that's not acceptable. That's our summer, that's our entire summer. We're outside trying to have family conversations, family togetherness, and we can't with the loud.
Are you currently experiencing that?
Not since the last meeting, no. It's been very peaceful neighborhood.
Okay, just want to make sure.
I do have, I know you can't play it now, but I've got the thumb drive of the noise level from inside my home, where the windows vibrate. I don't know if you want me to leave that with you or, okay.
You can do that, Eric here, that's fine.
Other than that, we have no issues.
Questions? Thanks, Crystal. Any other opponents that wish to speak? Endo, you raised your hand. Do you want to come back up and address those points that she made, please? Come on up. And again, your name and address for the record.
Okay, my name is Indo Bazar, and I live on the property 961 North 60th Street, Omaha 6152. The minister that the constructions, she made that understand that we repair some of our home. There's some damage, so we repair. Maybe she heard that sound on the screen, just a little bit. Repair.
You're making repairs to
Repair a little bit, yeah.
existing residents.
Yeah. No any other new building like that.
Nothing new.
No, nothing new. Yeah, nothing new. And also, I mentioned that proximate people, like I count is one of it. That I thought that it is the when it's the yearly the event, which is 250 is which we measure, which is the 1 in 3 years. That was over 250. Like I said, but next 3 years, we don't know how much people will come. Maybe less than that, but not exist than that. I think so, because like I said, we can now count on that how many people want to ordain, something like that. Yeah, that's the what is saying that. And since then, we also try to manage like to place them neighbor too. We also concern our neighbor concern, like we care our neighbor concern too. That's why. And the construction is totally like, I repair some of the house, which is a little damaged, and it's take 2 days because we go to buy something, and she may hurt the screws with the like that. So yeah.
Okay, thank you, Endo.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Any other opponents? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Yes?
That they haven't had with the neighborhood, or would that be Doug that we'd ask about that?
I'll reopen it. So go ahead and ask the question. Great, Jeff.
Doug, she had said there hadn't been any communication with the neighbors at all. Have you guys tried to get together, or were you thinking that when you left the meeting that what we had kind of structured out a little bit was what was going to be fair and fine, I guess? I'm not sure where we left.
No, I think the communications are, rather than spoon feed a little bit at a time, try to get things figured out. I think the acoustical study is a big deal. I think the off-site parking with the shuttle addresses a lot of the safety and parking issues. But the other big issue at the last hearing was the noise.
Right.
And frankly, we've got an acoustical engineer under contract, but we don't have the report back yet.
So help me with that, because I mean, and you're not, I know that acoustical engineer, but what are you looking for from him? Are you looking to say that, hey, this noise the music that's down here, it's going to be 80 decibels as they play it, or what are we looking for from him, I guess?
Well,
how to mitigate it? Or?
Well, what I think we're looking for is currently the ambient noise level at the adjacent property lines is this. What do we need to do when we're having our event to maintain that ambient noise level at the property lines? Is it putting up sound walls? Is it moving further away? Is it a combination of all of that stuff? The idea being that what they're used to hearing at the property line is essentially the same when the event's going on. That's the advice we're looking for from the acoustical engineer.
But I think the neighbors are also commenting on more regular drumming or music coming. Is that going to be addressed also?
That's probably more of a question for Endo. They do some practicing and so forth. And what I would say is if we know how to attenuate the noise, they should be able to practice. If we're not exceeding the noise level at the property lines when they're having their event, they should be able to practice for their event, do the same thing, and attenuate the noise. The number of times that they do that, I don't know that that helps anything. I think it's more, as I hear Crystal, you know, from 4 to 8 is a lot different than from, say, 10 to 3 in the afternoon.
I thought when we left the meeting last time that they said, hey, we'll be done with the practicing if we can have it at so many events. Am I wrong in that? I kind of thought that they were going to take it way down and not really have any of that, but or maybe that was...
Well, I think that's more of an Endo question, not being a huge music buff, but I'm fairly certain you got to practice before you're going to be very good at it.
Right, but I'm just trying to make sure that the study would address the regular music or drumming that would be coming, even with the practice outside of gatherings.
The study will address all of that. What we want to do is say, here's what we do to get ready for these events and during the event. Now, we have this standard that we have to live up to at these property lines.
Right.
What do we need to do to attenuate that noise? The audiologists that I've talked to that are not engineers say the drums are the big deal. The other noise isn't as tough. But they also told me being downhill and getting more distance helps a lot. So we're going to look at the site, the way it lays, and my engineering mind says move them as far away as we can from the neighbors and be ready to put up a barrier that deflects the sound upward as opposed to letting it go horizontally. But again, I'm not an acoustical engineer, I'm just a civil.
Well, it is in the middle of a neighborhood too, so you got to take that into consideration. I remember one case that we had with a bell tower where the bell was ringing and the sound decibels were too loud for the neighborhood. They corrected that. They were able to correct that.
Yeah, I think, I mean, if you go to Holland Center, or even in here, the people whispering back, you guys can hear them. I know you can.
What?
So you can engineer this stuff. I just haven't done much of it outside. The stuff inside the walls I try to leave to the architects. So I think there's a solution. We just don't have it yet. And rather than, I mean, we've got the landscaping figured out, we've got the parking figured out, but rather than piecemeal that, what I'd like to come to the neighbors with is, here's what we came up with to address all of this stuff.
But why would you want to pull that out, that number 10 about the sound? I mean, that's what everybody has to live up to, and so...
Because your statute says not to exceed 60 decibels.
Right.
I'm not certain that the interstate doesn't generate more than 60 decibels there right now.
Yeah, but Doug, that's not activity that's coming
By a
from your
neighbor.
site. So, I mean, that's factored in
Well,
now. Whether that's a constant exceeding the threshold and how that measurement, you know, that's something that we'd have to work towards. But you're not going to be punished because of the interstate system and the noise created there.
And that's all fine. The reason I mention it is the way I read the spec, you can't exceed 60 decibels, which is like you and I talking, and I'm thinking, if we mow the grass, we're going to
Well,
exceed.
no,
that.
that's part of the, I mean, there's exemptions within the code that cover things, noises emanating from construction and normal property maintenance activities between the hours 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. That covers lawn
Okay.
mowers and things like that. You know, down the list, noises, well, this isn't even your site, but for the interstate, noises from the normal operation of moving sources, including automobiles, trucks, airplanes, and railroad engines and cars. So that's part of the exemption. So, I mean, yeah, it's difficult whenever we talk about sound because we're not acoustic experts, and
Right.
I'm not, and so this is always a challenge whenever this comes up. But we're just wanting to make sure that the sounds, the music, drums, activity that's occurring on your site is compliant with the applicable base zoning regulation. So,
No, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're sensitive to the neighbors. I think just having the first meeting and opening up communication so they all know each other has been very helpful. Knowing what the problems are, we're working towards solving those. I think we've got the parking thing pretty well under control. The sound, we're just getting started on, and the well, there's one other thing now, I'm slipped my mind. There's a couple things, the buildings, making the buildings code compliant. I've worked on enough sites where you have an old building. That's sometimes not an easy procedure.
Okay. All right, anything else for Doug? Okay, thank you,
Bet.
Doug. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing again. And Eric.
yeah, so obviously, this had been laid over previous times, and the city does have a recommendation of approval. As you heard from the applicant, a few concerns with a couple of them. I guess first specifically related to the shuttle service, yes, we do not want cars and vehicles parked on grass, but we are also trying to, hold the applicant to their proposed operating statement, their capacity, their occupancy, and if there's a consistent need for a shuttle service, it questions whether they're exceeding that occupancy on a consistent level. And so that's why we are recommending taking that out of the operating statement, except for that larger event that occurs once every 3 years, which we also state would need a temporary use permit, so we can get a few more specifics about those. But, like I said, it gets to the point if you can't park for your facility, you either need to provide more parking on site, shuttle service consistently, from a mile and a half away, that's not usually how, we set up any business. To us, that's just kind of setting it up to fail. But of course, we don't want vehicles parked illegally or on grass or in locations where they shouldn't be. So, if there's the occasional need for a van to shuttle, okay, so be it. But we're trying to set it up for success and to fit within, the proposed operation. So that's where the city's coming from for that. I touched a little bit on the noise. Obviously, this is a difficult subject matter without knowing what the sounds are. I think more information, we need that analysis before going to city council. We're comfortable, leaving the condition as is. And Jeff, as you pointed out, I mean, that would be a common statement, that we would do for other sites as well. So, obviously we're going to work with the applicant. If there's other noise, from the interstate or other sites, they're not going to get punished for that. We're just trying to, make sure that the sounds and noises coming from this site and operation are compliant with the applicable code. So, as far as the building codes and the requirements and conversion of the building, those codes are in place for life safety reasons and for, the safety of people that are occupying the site. So obviously there's higher standards when you have commercial operations or, a place like this, a gathering place with a large amount of people. And that's why those codes are in place. And obviously that's very important for the city. So we believe the recommendation report as written is how the board should approve. I'd be careful to tweak too much. I guess you can have ongoing conversations, but just because they changed the operating statement, it doesn't mean that, an occasional van needed to shuttle a few people. I mean, that's not gonna, we're not gonna be able to police and enforce that. And obviously, we would rather have that than them parking illegally or on grass situation. But we don't want it to be a consistent matter that basically indicates that, you're exceeding your occupancy. So staff recommends approval of the special use permit to allow religious assembly in the DR district and approval of a special use permit to allow development in the ED North Hills overlay district subject to the 12 conditions in the recommendation report.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Any questions? Not, I'd entertain a motion.
And approval of a special use permit to allow development in the ED North Hills Environmental Resources Overlay District, subject to the 12 recommendations in the report.
Second. Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Tondal? Sotolongo? Moore? Rupert? Rosacker?
Yes, but I just want to make a side comment. I was listening to all this testimony, listening to Doug and his response about their intentions as it relates to sound management. And then in light of your clarification of the statute, which I'm not fully familiar with, I actually thought about trying to modify some of that to be a little more specific to what you said. But I think the way it's written, I think it suffices that it says that if necessary. So in other words, if you do your study and it determines something's going to be required, you will comply with that, I think, according to your testimony. And so, again, I would vote yes.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, and my comment is, I appreciate what everyone's trying to do with this. I don't know that this is the best site. You have a very unique operation. I don't know if this is the best site for what you're trying to accomplish in this. I really don't. But there's probably better sites more suited to that probably should have been reviewed before you purchased this site. But in light of that, you've got something here to work on, and I would vote yes.
Approved 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. All right, next is item 6, which is case C-19-25-159. The applicant is the Planning Department. On behalf of the City of Omaha, the request is approval of the 2025 annexation package. Location, number 1, Stone Creek, Copper Ridge, SID 427, and adjacent areas, including Flanagan Lake, generally northeast and northwest of 168th and 4th Streets. Number 2 is West Hampton Park additions, lots 8 and 9, southeast of 204th Street and Blondo Parkway. Number 3, 5th floor condominiums addition and adjacent area northwest of 180th and Harney Streets. Number 4, Center Ridge SID 512 northwest of 192nd Street and West Center Road. Eric, are you presenting?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
If you need me to go to the podium to show any maps or exhibits, I can do that. Just please ask. But otherwise, I will just stay here. Obviously, we discussed this pretty extensively in the pre-meeting. The proposed annexation package, thank you, Chairman, for reading those 4 areas. This will add approximately 3,500 people based on estimates in the latest U.S. Census Bureau data, along with over 1,400 acres of land. The majority of that land area is due to the annexation of Flanagan Lake, the timing of which is customary and consistent with the city's annexations of other large reservoirs or lakes into our jurisdiction, which includes Zarinsky, Standing Bear, and Lake Cunningham. The annexation includes over $442 million in real estate property valuation with a projected 10-year city cost revenue analysis of positive $5.2 million. This has been an accurate assessment looking at the 10-year time frame. Mailing packets were sent out to all impacted property owners on Monday, May 19th, with an open house held just a couple nights ago on Monday, June 2nd at Saddlebrook Community Center. There were about 50 residents that attended the open house, and there was a lot of good dialogue. All city departments were available to help answer questions, and thought it went pretty well. So staff is recommending approval.
Great, thank you. Are there any other proponents that wish to speak on this annexation? Are there any opponents? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Entertain a motion.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Kathy, please record the vote.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Rupert?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Tondel?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Approved 6-0.
thank you. Next is item 7, case C3-25-160. Applicant is Planning Department on behalf of the City of Omaha. The request is approval of the guiding principles for Remake Omaha Comprehensive Plan Update. Location is the City of Omaha and the 3-mile extraterritorial jurisdiction.
Good afternoon, Derek Miller, City Planning staff. We're at a key milestone in our comprehensive plan update. We launched the process about a year ago in June of 2024, and for this afternoon, we're looking for approval of the guiding principles, and with that, I'll pass it over to Sydney to discuss.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sydney Embray. Do I need to give my address? Okay. City Planning staff, thank you for having us speak today. I would like to go over just briefly what the comprehensive plan is, what is it intended to do, and then I'll talk a little bit about all the engagement that we did through the first phase of engagement to produce these guiding principles, how rooted they are in the community's feedback and input, and then where we're going from here and what we expect these guiding principles to be. With that, how am I able to advance? Oh, click, thank you. A comprehensive plan is a 20-year plan for growth and development in a city of our size and metropolitan class in the state of Nebraska is required by state statute. It's also required by our city charter. This plan will define our community's shared vision for the future. It will outline steps to achieving that vision. It will provide clear guidance and continuity for other plans that will be rolled up into this plan and ongoing planning for the next 20 years, as well as supporting land use policy. This plan is a requirement for us to regulate land use going forward. Ultimately, what we're looking for is to produce policies, programs, projects, and partnerships that implement our guiding principles, which I'll reveal here in a few slides. This is something that we're looking toward delivering in 2027 when we deliver the final plan. So you can see right now we're at kind of a vision statement piece, and we're looking to have very granular recommendations. And we're bridging that gap through doing some goal setting, and I'll talk a little bit about that in the future. Who's working on this plan? You saw us last year in June talking about bringing on some nonprofit partners. These nonprofit partners represent kind of a hub and spoke model of helping us engage the community across not only our geographic boundaries, but also including parts of our community where we want to put extra effort into getting community engagement. Omaha by Design being that hub partner, and then working with Spark, Latino Economic Development Council, and Elevate Omaha, the latter to help us engage youth across our community. The process for this plan, in 2023, we kicked off scope setting. In June of 2024, we launched our website, and in July of 2024, began community engagement for this process. The first phase of that community engagement looked like visioning and values. We did some co-educational listening and learning with the community, and then did 3 engagement opportunities to help develop our guiding principles, which will act as our shared vision for the plan. Right now, we're in goals and strategy development where we are seeking approval for the guiding principles so that we can go ahead and do some goal setting, strategy setting, and identify our success measures for implementing these guiding principles. From there, we'll move into scenario planning where we'll start to map out what areas of our city are key for the growth and implementation of this vision. I talked about the phase 1, listening and learning. This is where we did this engagement to develop the vision. Right now we're in phase 2, goal and strategy development. Phase 3 is scenario development. We'll continue to engage with the public. In phase 4, when we're drafting and policy making through the end of 2026 into early 2027, we'll continue to touch base with the public, seeking approval and finalization of the plan in early 2027. From there, we'll do ongoing implementation with the numerous people who are involved in this project, including our technical committees, which are doing work with the data we provide them, as well as our community ambassadors, who are another arm of our community engagement strategy. We have very high goals for community engagement, starting with equity, then going to representation, accessibility, and transparency. Knowing that this process will be impactful for everyone in this community and can be especially impactful for areas of our community which have experienced significant and ongoing disinvestment from practices like redlining that we can see in the built environment today. We want to make sure that we're going above and beyond to reach people in those neighborhoods so that their voice can be heard in this planning process and we can continue to move forward together. Representation, we will seek to gather input and feedback from across demographic and geographic areas of our community, that every process we do would be accessible, no matter what that accessibility measure would be, and that we'll be routinely closing the loop with the community and providing the transparency that they deserve. This seeking approval of these guiding principles is representative of that transparency arm. We are hoping to show the community how much progress has already been made with their very valuable feedback and inspire confidence in them that the plan will be indicative of their values and their desired future for our community. I want to show you now everything we did in order to develop these principles. We did 3 engagement events across our community from July 2024 to January 2025. All 3 of those engagement opportunities generated long-form input that was then put into a thematic analysis using a variety of methods. So not only was it meticulously gone through by hand by city planning staff, myself included, and also my 2 colleagues that are sitting behind me, but a language learning model was built, this input was put into it, and 2 analyses were done, one to develop themes and one to develop the sentiment analysis. All of that data then created our guiding principles. Our opening survey results, we had 3,086 total participants from across the city and the metro that generated nearly 50,000 responses. Our tool told us it would take about 7 minutes to complete this survey. A great stat for this is that people on average took about 20 minutes to complete this survey. They wrote us long-form poetry about their vision for the future. Our traveling booth was at events across Omaha. There are 9 listed here, I believe. At this event booth, we had an experience called our 6-word story for the future of Omaha. People were invited to write 6 words about what they wanted the future to look like. All of that input was also put into our model, and we developed themes based on those keywords. Finally, our visioning workshops were held at 5 locations across Omaha between October 2024 and January 2025. We had a West Omaha, a Central Omaha, Downtown Omaha, North Omaha, and South Omaha event. The South Omaha event was held in a bilingual format, so the presentation was done in both English and Spanish, and bilingual facilitators were available. The format of this event was to do a vision board, so we provided art supplies, magazines, markers, and people to spend about 20 minutes developing their vision board for the future. Then they were invited to write what values that vision board showed, and tables worked together to organize their value statements into shared values. All of those shared values, the cards that were generated, and every single collage was gone through by hand and input into our model to develop the themes. Here are just some pictures of folks from across our community engaging in this event. We heard several key trends from community input. We will continue to dig into these. These are things we're hearing from across the community that indicate to us that we're working with a very well-informed public who is eager to tell us about what they desire for the future. Connected public transportation and active mobility across our city, affordable housing, green growth that's not only sustainable but physically green. We want our city to look green. Investing toward equity, vibrant, dense, mixed-use corridors and urban centers. These are really the words that people are using. Local art in public spaces. I can go on and read these, but you can see them on the screen here. And then some things we're hearing, the concerns and excitement about the future. Housing availability and affordability, ongoing road infrastructure and traffic management, economic growth and stability. And people are excited about the arts and creativity that we have here in Omaha, the infrastructure improvements and investments that are already ongoing, preserving our natural spaces, and having strong connections across our communities. I did want to highlight just some community voices, some of the 6-word stories we received. This was something where the kids got really into this and they were very imaginative. They wanted flying buildings and flying cars, but they brought their parents over, and then their parents provided us really great stories, as did children as well. But diverse, vibrant community living for all, accepting places everyone can call home, buses that run late at night, social and economic mobility for all. We also talked to people about what they would like to see ongoing changes in the process. Are we doing okay? What can we make to do this better? Or what can we do to do this better? And we got great feedback from people that we help people feel important through this process, that this is a modern approach to getting feedback, and that a desire to listen is a promising first step. So without further ado, our guiding principles. There are 9 aspirational and qualitative statements that are our vision for the future. There's no overarching vision statement. These 9 all work together in no particular order to illustrate the vision of the public for the future. They will provide direction and clarity for the plan. They provide early consensus building, and they'll be used as an ongoing evaluation tool that will provide long-term consistency with actions as this plan is implemented. They are available for public comment now, June 6th. We're using a digital comment tool on our website to collect the public's feedback. Safety and public health is our first guiding principle. Omaha is a place where people feel safe, healthy, and happy. Belonging and ownership. Omaha is a place where community creates a sense of belonging, where residents have meaningful opportunities to engage. Identity and pride. Omaha is a place with a unique identity that attracts people from across the nation and inspires pride in everyone who calls Omaha home. Connectivity and accessibility. Omaha is a place where everyone can easily and comfortably access daily needs and destinations across the city. Affordability and choice. Omaha is a place where people can afford to live and choose the housing and lifestyle that best suit them. Beauty and vibrancy. Omaha is a place filled with beauty where historic architecture, vibrant green spaces, and cultural identity come together in both the built environment and natural landscapes. Creativity and innovation. Omaha is a place where people choose to grow with a strong economy of businesses large and small, a culture of innovation, and opportunities to advance. Sustainability and resiliency. Omaha is a place that values and respects the land and the wider ecological systems of which we are a part, where growth is adaptive, resilient, and sustainable. And finally, diversity and partnership. Omaha is a place where diversity, from people to businesses to housing types, makes us stronger, and where partnerships and collaboration are essential to our success. So these 9 statements make up the public's vision for the future of Omaha in 20 years. What we're doing next with these, we have ongoing public engagement available, the next being our district dialogues, where we will visit every single council district and hold a facilitated tabletop conversation type event where everyone can dialogue with their neighbors about what each guiding principle really looks like on the ground in that area of our city. This will give us data about what the kind of hot spots are, what places are really ready for this kind of momentum, and where we might have overlapping impacts between guiding principles where we can really make those types of improvements high priority. All of that data will go to our technical committees who are meeting on an ongoing basis to help us do mapping and ongoing policy development. And in August, we'll bring on our scenario planning consultant to help us start to model what that looks like in the urban form. I want to give a little bit of information about those dialogue sessions. Those are 7 dialogue sessions, 1 in each city council district. We are doing everything we can to make these as accessible as possible. For this series, we are also offering transportation assistance for those who request it. There's free in-room childcare and food will be provided. And the very first event is June 18th at the Jewish Community Center in District 6. All of this information is available on our website at wemakeomaha.org. Thank you very much.
Question for you real quick. Or Derek, either one of you. This is a 20-year vision, right?
Correct.
20 years, and the hope is to adopt these guiding principles by 2027.
The whole plan by 2027.
What do you do with the guiding principles from this point then? How do you put those into action to create the vision that we're looking for in the city then?
So I think what Sydney indicated, these guiding principles will be utilized at our district dialogues to talk about how they can come to life in each of those council districts. So it's through dialogues with the community on how we can make these guiding principles happen.
Okay. And this might be a little bit of a weird question, but in this day and age, we're thinking about AI a lot. Have you guys at all talked about maybe, not to remove the human element in this?
No, I want to keep my job. Yeah.
But have you ever talked about maybe using AI going forward? It's still early stages of AI. But.
Yeah, there have been some discussions around AI. We've utilized it somewhat, and there is a big practice. And so the professional organization that I belong to, American Planning Association, they've done quite a bit of work in this area. There's still a lot left to go, but we have talked about it as a staff to utilize it. We're not sure what that looks like right now, because honestly, I'm not sure what AI looks like right now and in the future. But yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah. It's just, 20 years is a long time, and I know we're going to revisit it from time to time as well, as we
Yeah.
talked about in the pre-planning meeting. But, I can see where AI might come into play at some point in time in the future with
Definitely
help with that too. So.
And we didn't say it, and you touched upon it, but 2027, adopt this new update, a comprehensive plan update. And then every 5 years, we're going to revisit the comp plan because things change a lot even within 5 years. So that's one thing we didn't mention.
You know, the success of any plan is really predicated by the involvement of those people involved. And I just got to commend you and your team for the way you've been able to reach out and get the involvement from the community. And 50,000 responses to anything is incredible. So good job.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's great.
It's one of the toughest things we do is engagement. When we talk about engagement for projects like this, it's really hard to get people engaged because it's so high level. I joke we should start a rumor that we'll put some apartments next to somebody's house and then have the public meeting about that. And they show up and we do a bait and switch and we talk about comp
I don't
plan.
think the crowd appreciates that joke, Derek.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just think people in Omaha are proud of their city, and that
Yes.
it shows in their
Yep.
responses. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other proponents that wish to speak on this? Are there any opponents? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Eric?
Yeah, I'll just elaborate a little bit and not to spend too much time, but yeah, it has been a massive undertaking so far, and you know, we were fortunate to bring on 3 new city planners, you know, to help us do this effort and not hire just a consultant. So it's a big task to take on, and there's been a lot of work that's been done. It's a lot of people, of course, led by the long range division or the long range section with Derek and Sydney and James and Mariniki, spending the most time, but there's dozens of other city staff across other departments that have spent a lot of time and will continue to do so moving forward. This is not a planning department specific plan. This is a City of Omaha plan, and we appreciate Mayor Stothart's support in the first half of this plan, and we look forward to working with Mayor-elect Ewing and continuing through the second half. So it's badly needed for the update, and we're excited, and I think that a lot of the good, positive, hard work is showing itself. So obviously recommend approval.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Moore?
Yes.
Rupert?
Yes.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Tondal?
Yes.
Sotolongo? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Good work. Okay, next is item 8, KC 325-154. Applicant is Planning Department on behalf of the City of Omaha. The request is approval of the Charles Street Townhomes TIF redevelopment project plan, location of west of 28th Street, 28th and Charles Streets. Done.
Did we lose our technician?
I might have stepped out, but
Yeah, good afternoon, Don Seaton, Omaha City Planning. The Charles Street TIF project involves some vacant parcels on both sides of Charles Street, west of 28th Street. These will be replatted into 4 lots for 4 residential for-lease units. There'll be new construction. 2 of these will be single-family detached homes. The other 2 units will be a kind of a townhome-style residential units, with 2 units connected, basically like a duplex. The let me zoom out a little. So 28th and Charles, either side. This would be the duplex units, and then kind of a sketch plan for the single-family detached units. 4 homes in an area of North Omaha that really could use some infill development, so this is good. The developer is Ames Industrial Park LLC. It's managed by Justin Moore. Total investment in his project and in this North Omaha neighborhood is $1.6 million. The TIF support for the project is $247,563. This project's been approved by the TIF committee. It's consistent with the goals of the city's master plan. We ask for your approval.
Thank you, Don. Are there any other proponents wish to speak? Any opponents that wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Eric?
recommend approval.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Second.
A motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Rupert? Yes. Rosacker?
Yes.
Tondel?
Yes.
Sotolongo? Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Thank you. Next is item 9, KC 325-155. Applicant is the Planning Department. On behalf of the City of Omaha, the request is approval of the Brando Townhomes TIF redevelopment project plan. Location is 1303 Park Avenue. Don?
Yeah, good afternoon, Don Seaton once again. This is a 7-unit row home development project being constructed on a vacant site. These units will be market rate rentals, but they're part of a larger affordable housing project. You may recall the Poppleton East affordable housing apartments we approved recently. This blue rectangle is the proposed townhomes you're reviewing today. The vacant area next to it will be a future TIF project, which will be additional affordable housing in an apartment building. This project is located in an extremely blighted area. So we'll have a 20-year TIF term. Developer is In Common Housing. It's managed by Kristen Gray and represented by Cheryl Garst. The total investment in the neighborhood is about $3.3 million. TIF support for the project is $227,845. And again, this has been approved by the TIF committee. It's consistent with the city's master plan, and it meets all the required criteria of our TIF program. And we ask for your approval.
Thank you, Don.
Oh, I have one newer rendering I just got today from Ms. Garst. This is Poppleton East that's under construction now, the previously approved project. Back here and on this corner, that's the future project that's coming. And this rendering here, this portion, that's the row homes that you're looking at for today's project. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other proponents that wish to speak?
Yes, Cheryl Garst, In Common Housing Development Corporation, 1340 Park Avenue. Just want to, again, thank you for your consideration and support of this project. It's a high cost per square foot. It leverages a very small bank loan, but it is a small but mighty project that the neighborhood really wants, and we heard from our 2020 neighborhood development plan. This was a very specific ask with the 3 bedrooms and the townhome look to match the character of the neighborhood. It's going to go quick once it's up, but again, appreciate your consideration.
And this is affordable housing.
Yes, it'll be 80% to 100% area median income.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other proponents wish to speak? Are there any opponents? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Eric?
Yeah, so the board had previously seen 2 different PURs for these projects, so you're familiar with it. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Thank you. Kathy, please record the vote.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Tondel? Sotolongo? Moore? Rupert? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Thank you. Next is item 10, KC 325-157. Applicant is Planning Department on behalf of the City of Omaha. The request is approval of the Chambers Court TIF redevelopment project plan. Location is south of 18th Street and Willis Avenue. Don, you're up again.
Yes, Don Seaton, City Planning. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice a little bit here. This is a large and ambitious affordable housing project. It's going to be built on 8 sites, all in the vicinity of 18th and Willis Streets. It'll be built over the course of 4 phases of development. In total, there will be 205 residential apartment units with 1 commercial building. It'll be about 8,650 square feet in size. It will be a mixed income project in that there will be both market rate and affordable units. 74 units will be market rate, and the remaining 131 will be LIHTC affordable housing units. Most of the units involve new construction on vacant property, but the 5 buildings of the existing historic Chambers Court apartment, those will be rehabbed. Project financing includes low-income housing tax credits and both state and federal historic preservation tax credits. The developer is N16 Housing LLC, managed by Hoppy & Sons LLC, which is managed by Jake Hoppy. Total investment of all 4 phases, all 8 sites combined, is about $54.1 million. The TIF support is about $4,776,056. I have a table itemizing. It's pretty small for reading. You take those 4 phases and break the TIF requests into 4 pieces. That's these 4. Phase 1 on top with 3 new construction stacked apartment units, and then the rehab of the Chambers Court building. Phase 2, we have 68 units, and then 6-unit apartments in Phase 3, and the commercial building is in Phase 4. Maybe I'll just briefly show you a couple of pictures. This is the Phase 1 project with new construction, and rehab. 30 units, 14, 17, 70 units.
And the lot 5 is Chambers, is the existing Chambers Court?
I'm sorry, say again?
The lot 6? Oh, sorry, my bad eyes. Lot 6, that's the existing Chambers Court? That's going to be rehabbed, right?
Yeah, that's the rehab. And indeed, here's a better picture of Lot 6. This is Lot 5. That's the new construction of 30 units in kind of a blocky apartment. These are the existing Chambers Court buildings that will be rehabbed. I've got a couple pictures of the existing buildings. They're a little small. If you've been down 16th Street, they may look familiar.
Yeah. And the 205 units includes all phases?
All 4 phases, yeah. Well, 3 of them are residential phases, the 4th one's commercial, but yeah, the 205 includes all first 3 phases. Like I say, it's a mix of LIHTC units and market rate units. The Phase 1 site development, though, and redevelopment or rehab, that's all affordable housing. This project meets the criteria of our TIF program. It's a good investment in North Omaha. It's needed. Those buildings are old. Affordable housing is definitely needed. We ask for your approval.
Thanks, Don. Okay, are there any proponents that wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members. Bob Griffith, 11440 West Center Road, here on behalf of the applicant. With me tonight, or to this afternoon, as well as Laisha Goodwin with Hoppy Development. I know Jake was here earlier, but I think he has run. We're very excited about this project. As Don said, it's ambitious, but I think needed, particularly in light of the comprehensive plan update that was described earlier today. I think this directly advances some of those proponents. So I wanted to touch briefly. Don did a great job, as always, laying out the details. If you have questions about specific aspects, we're happy to answer those. But as far as if there's any questions on existing residents, Jake and his team did an excellent job getting ahead of that and doing some community outreach at the middle of last year, canvassing the existing residents of the Chambers Court apartments, providing a office hours location for them to come in person to discuss the project, what their plans were, what their hopes were to see, as well as some online surveys were put out. Additionally, there are some residents existing currently now. If they wish to stay, the Omaha Housing Authority is facilitating that operation to give a 90-day notice to rehouse, or if they wish to remain, we can hotel them in a separate area as the units come online and are renovated. So those kind of considerations are accounted for, and we want to make this as comfortable and exciting process for everyone involved as we can. So with that, happy to answer any additional questions.
Great. Thank you, Bob. Questions? Any other proponents wish to speak? Seeing none, are there any opponents that wish to speak? All right, I'll close the public hearing. Eric?
Yeah, just to reiterate what was already said by Don and Bob, obviously this is a great project, great infill project for affordable housing, and very excited to work with Jake, who sits on one of our advisory committees with our Housing Affordability Action Plan and part of a technical committee for the We Make Omaha. So Jake's very involved, and of course, Leisha, and I'm sure they'll keep their new city council member tuned in. Staff recommends approval.
Great, thank you. Do I have a motion? Thank you. Kathy, please record the vote.
Tondal?
Yes.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Rupert? Yes. Rosacker?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Thank you. All right, last one is item 11, KC 325, 158, applicant is Planning Department on behalf of the City of Omaha. The request is approval of the Central at Columbus Park TIF redevelopment project plan, location of 1014 South 20th Street. Don?
Yeah, good afternoon, Don Satan once again. This is another affordable housing project, which we're always pleased to see in our TIF program. It'll be built on 3 vacant lots at about 1014 South 20th Street. We'll be seeing a new, large 7-story apartment building with 156 affordable rental units. They'll be constructed there. Project funding includes low-income housing tax credits and a loan from Front Porch. So the residents of this building will need to be income-qualified households. It is affordable housing. This project is a little bit south of downtown. It's an area that could use some redevelopment, could use some affordable housing. Good location for affordable housing near downtown. It is within an extremely blighted area, so we'll be getting a 20-year TIF term. The developer is the Annex Group, managed by Kyle Bach. They're out of Indiana. Total investment in the neighborhood is about $57.8 million, so it's a substantial project. The TIF support for the project is $5,351,710. Again, it's been approved by the TIF committee. It complies with the requirements of our TIF program. It complies with the goals of the city's master plan, and we ask for your approval.
Thank you, Don. Okay, are there any other proponents wish to speak?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Bob Griffith, 11440 West Center Road, here on behalf of the applicant. Thank you again to Don. Happy again to answer any questions you have on project specifics. This is a large project, as he stated. We're excited to bring more affordable housing to a needed area of Omaha. It's a mix of 1 through 4 bedroom units, so all of which are income restricted. It varies from 30 to 70% with about an average of 60%, but this is a true low-income housing project. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Bob. Any other proponents that wish to speak? Seeing none, any opponents that wish to speak? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Eric?
Yeah, I just want to take a moment to highlight, sometimes TIF gets a bad rep, undeservedly so, but we just had 4 projects here that are all addressing workforce or affordable housing, so I think that's great. And here's another good project. Staff recommends approval.
Great. Thank you, Eric. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Kathy, please record the vote.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Moore?
Yes.
Rupert? Yes. Rosacker?
Yes.
Tondal?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Great. Okay, thank you. Next is item 12. We're going to take items 12 and 34. They're related together. So I'll read item 12 first. Case C10 25139. C12 25140. Applicant is New Street Properties. The request is preliminary plat approval of the Omaha North Stadium YMCA, a subdivision inside city limits with rezoning from LO and R435 to R4GO, along with expansion of the MCC overlay. Location is southwest of 34th Avenue and Ames Avenue. And item 34 is KC 790202. Applicant is also New Street Properties. The request for this is approval of the major amendment to the conditional use permit to allow secondary education facilities in the R4 district. This location is also 34th Avenue and Ames Avenue. Yes? Okay, let the record show that Jorge is going to recuse himself for these 2 items, please. Thank you. Thanks, Jorge. Okay. May you hear from the applicant?
Chairman Pate, board members, John Blumenthal, 1601 West Dodge Street, here on behalf of applicant New Street Properties. We're extremely excited about this project. Brand new football stadium for Omaha North, brand new YMCA to replace the existing Butler Gast YMCA. I think this is going to be a tremendous project for the city of Omaha. And music to your ears, the vast majority of this is being privately funded. So we are here to express our support for the project. Had a very enthusiastic public meeting at Omaha North High School, received all positive feedback genuinely, and we're excited and here to answer any questions you have. I've got the project team here for engineering and architecture, and also they can answer any questions today. So we'd ask for your support and are excited to get this up and going. Thank you.
Is this a collaboration between the school district and the YMCA then?
It is. It is. They are, New Street Properties is coordinating the development of the site. OPS and the YMCA are finalizing terms. There's a memorandum of understanding currently, which we're finalizing an agreement. The Y owns the parcel that will be conveyed to OPS so that OPS can develop on the site.
Okay.
Are we doing, we no track, that we left? Yeah, that's a great question. We ended up with no track.
There's one directly south of.
Yeah,
high school.
there's. That's why I bring the people to my left so that they can, right?
So is it replacing the existing field there then?
Yeah, it's a different, we're leaving the existing field. This is a brand new site. So the Y's got a parcel off adjacent to its existing.
To the east there.
Yeah, correct.
Will there be community use on it, like Pee-wee football, or is it just strictly for the high school?
There will be collaboration with the YMCA on a field use agreement, but beyond that, frankly, it's anticipated that OPS will be using the field most of the time, and between that, the YMCA will have whatever is available to them as part of the donation.
Thank you. Yeah, nice project.
It's great.
Any other comments? Okay. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Are there any other proponents that wish to speak? Seeing none, are there any opponents that wish to speak to this? Seeing none, I will also close the public hearing. Eric, please.
Yeah, so agenda item 12 is the preliminary plat along with the rezoning and expansion of the MCC overlay district. Whereas agenda item 34 is specifically for the major amendment to the conditional use permit related to the high school that already has an existing conditional use permit on file. So I don't think there's anything vital that I need to point out for agenda item 12. So we'll take 2 recommendations and 2 votes. For agenda item 12, staff recommends approval of the rezoning from LO and R435 to R4 and GO, approval of the MCC overlay, and approval of the final plat subject to the 7 conditions in the report.
Preliminary plat.
Yes.
Is that final?
Sorry, preliminary plat. 7
checking.
conditions.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, any comments? Not, I'll entertain a motion on item 12.
Motion to approve rezoning from LO and R435 to R4 and GO, approval of the MCC overlay, and approval of the preliminary plat subject to the 7 conditions of staff report.
Second. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Moore?
Yes.
Rupert? Yes. Rosacker?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved, 5-0.
Thank you. And item 34, Eric.
So this is the major amendment to the existing conditional use permit. You know, it does not increase the parking requirements for high schools. The stadium is considered accessory to that, and the parking is already built in. But of course, the operations plan discusses how they will address parking for the larger varsity football games, which has, of course, the largest capacity of fans in attendance. There are a few waivers that will be required from the Zoning Board of Appeals, which is supported by the city. Whenever you have a civic use such as a school or a church within residential zoning, it's not uncommon for a few waivers that are necessary. Staff recommends approval of the major amendment to the conditional use permit to allow secondary education facilities in the R4 district subject to the 8 conditions in the report.
Thank you. Okay. I'll entertain a motion, please.
On case 34, motion for the approval of major amendment to the conditional use permit to allow secondary education facilities in the R4 district, subject to the following 8 conditions in the report.
Second. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Moore,
Yes.
Rupert.
Yes.
Rosacker,
Yes.
Tondel,
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
approved 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Good job.
Okay,
We'll
thank you.
let Jorge come back to the meeting here.
Yeah, Jorge, yeah.
All right, let the record show Jorge has rejoined our group here. Next is item 16, case number C10-25151, C12-25152. The applicant is Malibu Properties LLC. The request is preliminary and final plat approval of the View 222, a minor replat outside the city limits with rezoning from DR to R4 and R6. The location is southwest of 222nd Street and West Center Road. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Get this tree set here just a second. Good afternoon. Kyle Vole with ENA Consulting Group, 10909 Mill Valley Road. I'm the civil engineer on this project. With me today also is Willie Douglas with SRE Development, the developer for this particular project. This is a currently 7.8 acre parcel on the southwest corner of West Center and 222nd Street. The current zoning is DR. On this existing exhibit, go to the microphone over here. The property basically splits in half from a drainage perspective. So this red line here indicates the ridge line on the existing parcel where this drains to the northeast. What I've highlighted on this particular existing plan, there's a forced main for sanitary sewer that comes up Wright Street, and then an existing gravity sewer that is on the west side of 222nd Street. So what this existing condition shows is the eastern portion of this parcel does sanitary sewer to this existing public sewer line. There's a metal building that is proposed to stay in the middle of the site, an existing home to the west that is also proposed to stay. As I said, this is currently zoned DR. We did look at some concepts for this parcel that would fall under the current permitted uses and conditional uses. There's like small group living, there's kennels, some other things, and we chose not to go that direction. So we held a pre-application meeting with the City of Omaha. In that pre-application meeting, we had discussions on, let me zoom in on this a little bit. A concept such as this where, again, we've got a parcel where the eastern half of the parcel does sanitary sewer, the western parcel, portion of the parcel does not. So the existing home would stay. An additional home, single-family detached home, could be on a lot with that existing metal building. Both of those are septic as far as sanitary sewer. An update on that septic, we did have a contractor do the percolation tests on that particular parcel last week. We got the results of those this week. We will be submitting to NDEE for that sanitary sewer permit for that lot by the end of this week. And so typically that's about a 4-week turnaround for sanitary septic permitting. On the east parcel, this current layout shows 66 units. This is a series of attached townhome type multifamilies. So the buildings, the north-south buildings are 9-unit attached townhomes. These are 2-story buildings, so the garage under, and then you've got a living quarter / living space also on the first floors as well. So no basements, garage, and then a second story with living space above. Very similar to, there's a product called Ravello 2.0, which is in the 192nd and Pacific Street area. So that's kind of what we're modeling this particular product after. We're in the preliminary stages with architects to get actual renderings and that sort of thing. But again, we're asking for straight R6 zoning on this, not a PUD on this particular parcel. So The city had mentioned that we could go up to 100 units on this parcel. We're at 66 units on this particular layout, and I don't think we'll get much over that just because with buffer yard areas and parking, that's going to be about as high a number as we're going to be able to get on this particular parcel. A couple of other items I'd like to touch on. So we talked about the drainage. Stormwater drainage goes to the northeast. We do have a PCSMP, or a post-construction stormwater basin, proposed in that northeast corner. That will handle water detention and then also water quality. We also have this triangular outlot in the northeast corner, which has been set aside for NDOT. So Nebraska Department of Transportation, we've been having conversations with as far as we know there's an existing traffic issue at this intersection, 222nd and West Center. So right now, even before this project came in, NDOT is in the process of evaluating this particular intersection for improvements. Right now, what their staff recommendation, their NDOT traffic preferred alternative, they're telling us, is to do a traffic signal at this location. Their other alternative would be to do a roundabout, but their preferred alternative is a traffic signal. E&A Consulting Group has done, we're in the process of doing traffic counts. We actually have the camera set up out there this week to show what, just give the state some updated traffic, background traffic information. We are pushing and hoping to get this traffic signal in sooner than later. So my client lives in this neighborhood or lives in this area, so he drives the street often and knows that, that this is a challenging intersection currently. But that being said, this particular project with the 66 units only adds 2% to the overall traffic flow in the entire at this particular intersection. So aware there's a traffic issue, it's a background traffic issue, not necessarily something that these 66 units and 2 detached single-family homes are significantly going to increase. Hopefully we're pushing NDOT over the hump to get this thing finished as far as the improvements done.
Kyle, can I interrupt you real quick?
You may.
You just made a comment that led me to think of a question. So you said that the traffic increase would only be 2% of the existing traffic flow?
At that intersection, that's correct.
2% of what? Just the total count?
So it's of the peak. So you evaluate traffic at different levels. You have average daily traffic, and then you have peak hour. My traffic engineer shared that 2% increase would be at the PM peak hour, which is that's the highest impact for this particular development is at that PM peak hour. Okay. And I do have, it's on my cell phone, but I do have those actual trip counts if you really want to get into the weeds or whatever. I know Mr. Tondo will grill me pretty good on these.
Well, he's been waiting.
I'm sure. I should have my traffic engineer here and let him get grilled. Almost there, just a second. I think it was 39 trips is what determined our project was going to generate in the PM peak hour.
Okay, so you use the absolute peak, basically the peak time of traffic.
Usually, yes. Usually from a design standpoint, you're using those peak hours because those are the highest amount of traffic in those particular areas, and so that's usually what you're using to design your improvements based on number of lanes, stacking distance, signal timing. You're usually using those AM and PM peak hours.
Okay.
Kyle, while you're on the subject of the traffic, NDOT, as you said, they're studying this, but in all likelihood, there's no turn lane or anything there right now. So how is your plan going to accommodate if they take property on your north property line?
So we did look at, there's a plat that's to the north that is in the process of being developed as well, or actually I guess has been platted. They do have an outlot there. Our understanding is that those improvements and the offset is going to be centered on this existing 222nd Street. And so that there would not be any additional land needed or taking needed west of this existing right-of-way width.
How about your north property line?
Yeah, this existing, I apologize, Mr. Rosacker, I don't remember this exact dimension north-south, but we're talking about this existing right-of-way is like 140, 160 feet wide, where typically a right-of-way width for an arterial is 100. And so there's, our opinion, more than enough right-of-way to accommodate that future improvement.
Confirm that's enough width?
Correct. With a traffic signal, yes. if they choose the lesser preferred roundabout, that's why we did the triangle for the for that northeast
No,
corner.
I mean along Center. The
On Center.
right-of-way,
That's correct.
I mean,
That's
I don't
when-
know whether they do an urban section or
Or a highway
rural
section,
ditch
correct.
drainage.
So
So-
they,
and-
that's
and-
why, that's why you're setting aside that little triangle, in
Correct.
case they do that.
That is correct. That's correct. Other thing I wanted to make sure and touch on, with the R6 zoning, that does trigger a landscape buffer. We are showing that landscape buffer. That landscape buffer requires street trees around the perimeter, and so we're showing this on this particular concept. We did hold a neighborhood meeting last night. A little puzzling, we didn't have anyone show up, so I'm a little concerned or puzzled by that, but I'm sure we'll get some questions today as to why. But we received the recommendation report and sent out letters to, and then to clarify, we sent out letters to folks within 300 feet of our boundary. There are 4 homeowners that are beyond that 300 feet to the southwest, but they have a driveway and an access easement, I suppose, that comes to the cemetery. So we made sure and we included those with those letters of notification. And with that, I'm sure there'll be some questions.
How many people did you invite in total?
I've got the list here. This is a 33, the old-fashioned 33 of mailing labels, so let's back out. 11, 22, there's 27. Okay. I am aware of a couple phone calls, I think, but nothing that specific to me, I guess. But happy to answer any other questions you may have.
With that meeting that you had, when nobody at all showed up, huh?
That's correct.
How much notice did you give them to?
So the letters would have went out last Wednesday.
Okay, so. We'll in a second, okay? So last Wednesday, so they.
Probably would have received Thursday or Friday, and admittedly, would like to have gotten those out sooner, but we wanted to read the staff report. If we're recommended for layover or whatever, we just like to have as much information as possible to share with those neighbors at those neighborhood meetings, for sure.
Yeah. And when do you anticipate getting a report from the state of Nebraska then on?
Oh, for traffic? Is Mr. Haas still here? He is hiding back there. He may have as much of an idea on that as I do. We've both been asking, and I don't have a firm answer from NDOT as to when we're going to get a final answer on that.
Okay. Anything else? Any other proponents that wish to speak to this? Okay, now, how many are opponents? Okay, how many are planning to speak? Okay. And that's great. We love public testimony. Yeah, okay, we love public testimony, but keep it new information, if you will, for each speaker, all right? And if you can, just for the sake of time, if nothing, and we'll ask questions too, believe me, we'll ask questions, but for the sake of time, just make sure that we keep it on time. And I'm gonna control the meeting, so no clapping, no, just make sure that we talk about the subject at hand. Okay, so any opponents? So go ahead, ma'am.
My name's Diana Vogt, and with the law firm Sherritts Bruno and Vogt, 260 Regency Parkway Drive, Omaha, Nebraska. First, I want to apologize for not being able to convince my phone that when it's off, it shouldn't have an alarm ring. But I want to bring to your attention, very first of all, the Nebraska statute that simply says when changing an existing zoning ordinance, it should not be done if the change would be inconsistent with the surrounding area. Now, I would like to go back to, if I can find it. Well, I just want your first one.
It should be at the bottom.
Not quite.
Shuffle them up.
Worked well. Do you have it in your hand, maybe?
Oh, I do.
That works better. I think this drawing, I mean, this illustrates why this is not a good idea and why this is not the kind of a change in zoning that is appropriate. Right now, the land is DR. DR is to help and organize a transition between agricultural and urban. There's no urban anywhere near there. Secondly, and this is a very, very big deal in this consideration, R6 is intended for established neighborhoods. There is no neighborhood there at all. In fact, it kind of escapes analysis of why they want to go right there and put 66 units where there is basically nothing else. And the R6 is intended for established neighborhoods only. The only multifamily addressed specifically under R6 are old, large homes to be divided into smaller units. What we're looking at right now is completely undeveloped, so the best this could do is become a growth phase for a neighborhood in appraisal speak. R6 multifamily is aimed more at where there's already an urban center that needs some revitalization and some lessening of single-family building rules. So if this were not a growth section, there's no way it could even currently be zoned DR. So this is not just a rezoning. This is a leap from what it is currently zoned to what it might become in 75 years. And that is just, there is no need for that extreme change of a specific zoning like this. Everything south of this is purely agriculture. There is nothing anywhere around this that would justify moving in 66 units and the accompanying people. You can see it very well in their illustration, but 66 units is going to require under the zoning code at least 99 and as many as 132 parking spaces. Also, and we couldn't tell this from the plans, but when he mentioned they're going to have garages and then second floor dwellings, my immediate thought was, where is the tornado shelter? Where are these people going to go? Out west is where we frequently see the tornadoes come and approach Omaha. So I don't know if they're planning on building an accessory building that would constitute a shelter. But I think that that's something that should be considered along with everything else. The current residences are on lots of 1 to 2 acres. This is going to be a huge change. Also, many of the homeowners out there have wells. They are not on city sewer or city water. Once there is construction, once there is the kind of concentration of population that they are wishing to bring in, there are dangers and risks with contaminating the groundwater. Also, their collection pond, although it is rated for a 100-year storm, I think all of us here know that whatever the reason, we are seeing regularly 500 and 1,000-year events. A 100-year safe whatever, whether it be a building or a pond, is just not secure. And that would ruin where these people have built their lives in the place with the atmosphere that they want. There is no clear reason why it should go all of a sudden from purely agricultural and rural awaiting some suburban development to what would be appropriate in an urban setting. But going back, one of the things that we think is most important is the fact that R6 is not for general multifamily. This is not an appropriate use. This is not an appropriate use of the zoning code. I know that now that we have a good group of people here, they're going to be able to address much more specifically the exact impacts that this will have on them as individuals and the reasons that they moved there and what every impact will be. But I do want to stress that going right from DR to R6 and a multifamily unit that someone suggested could have as many as 100 units, which would bring as many as 300 parking places. This is just not suitable for the area as it is. And we request that you completely reject this as something that should not go in that area. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you. Great. Any other opponents, please come forward. If you plan to speak, maybe just come up here and have a seat as close as you can. And
Hi, my name is Bill Black. I'm at 3363 South 220th Street. I'm catty corner from where this project is proposed. I'm going to be wearing multiple hats here. I'm the chairman of the SID for 284 for Trail Ridge Ranches. There's 91 property owners there.
where is that in relation to this property?
Catty corner.
Thank you.
And then we're right next to Terra Linda. Terra Linda is right across the street to the east. And so we're interconnected. The SID chairmen of the Terra Linda and myself have met, and we've polled all of our property owners in the area, and nobody's in favor of it. You mentioned that you were going to have a public meeting, and nobody got notified. So don't know what's up with that. And there was no posting on the property of this property being rezoned. We had to find out from only a few neighbors who got notification of this. So I'm going to, I put my thoughts on paper so that I can stay consistent here. I'm a 24-year resident of the area, raised my family there. I developed phase 3 of Trail Ridge Ranches, and I'm also a member of the Elkhorn Suburban Fire District Board. So I'm going to speak on those different issues. As a developer, when I came in here to get approval for phase 3 of Trail Ridge Ranches, you guys insisted on DR zoning or R1, and that was consistent with the comprehensive master plan. And so I'm going to point out the fact that from anything west of 222nd, south of Center, all the way to Harrison is all DR, agriculture, or R1. There's no R4, there's no R6. So this is a spot zoning, excuse me, a spot zoning situation that we are not in favor of at all. As the SID chairman, we've got over 600 people that we've notified, and we've got a petition sent out, and we've got 128 wet signatures, original signatures, and we've got over 475 online signatures that are opposing this project. And that's all people in the immediate area from Terra Linda, Trail Ridge, the sanctuary, the farm, the preserve. Nobody wants this project to move forward. As a fire district member, this intersection has created a lot of problems, and we've had a lot of accidents there with some fatalities. And one of the, about 20 years ago, I'm sorry. Okay. 20 years ago, we had 2 teenagers that died on that corner. And Kayla Wilkins and Nick Alfrey were killed. And the next day, there was a gentleman from KTV, a cameraman that was killed investigating that corner. And those kids were killed because of that intersection and the traffic that was there. That was 20 years ago. From the fire department side and from the Elkhorn Fire District, that corner is just getting worse and worse and worse. And the state has got to do something about it, but we can stop that right here. With that many units, anywhere from 50 to 100 units, you're talking 50 to 100 cars adding to that corner where people are going to be traversing. There's a lot of people here from the prairies. There's a lot of people here from the other areas that have to cross that every day to get to Blue Sage Elementary School. And I'm telling you right now, there's going to be more fatalities on that corner. So we are not in favor of it at all. We have contacted attorneys. We're prepared to fight this legally, but we don't think it should go forward. So I'll let the others speak. Any questions?
Thank you, Bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Robin Vance. I live at 21934 Stanford Circle. I'm the president of the Skyline Woods HOA. I here am to protest this also because of what this gentleman just touched on, the accidents. There was another accident in 2018 where a car was actually split in half. That happened on May 20th, 2018. This intersection is so dangerous. There's many accidents. I've lived in Chapel Hill since 1974 as a young girl. I would bicycle along Skyline Drive. I wouldn't do that now for all the tea in China. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Next.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Dennis Cleveland. My address is 22435 Wright Plaza in Elkhorn. And Wright Plaza is located right here on this map. This is where the proposal is. So we'll go forward from there. And I do want to comment first about notification. It was artfully done because they were mailed so that they arrived Friday afternoon, Memorial Day weekend. That gave 4 business days for anyone to, that week, to anyone who wanted to get help or organize their argument, and 2 days this week. I was not notified. Again, I live here. The only people notified were the house was exactly 300 feet across the street. We got notified by neighbors in my area, so that notification didn't happen. And as far as the meeting, which was held last night, that arrived in our Monday's mail, the day before yesterday. So thank you for the opportunity on short notice. You're being asked to approve recharacterizing by spot zoning a parcel. By the way, I'm not an attorney, I'm just a resident here. By spot zoning a parcel in an area of the county and city that is zoned for acreages and low-density single-family housing. At this point in time, it is not within a commercial corridor where one expects to see apartments. In fact, there are only single-family homes for 2 miles in 3 directions from this corner, and outside, and in the 4th direction, outside of 1 mile at the present time. This violates both the city future planning maps that I have seen of Omaha and the Omaha Planning Authority map at 2050 plans. It recharacterizes and lessens property values for those scores of area families who have invested in their homes, acreages, and indeed farms to the south. Unfettered development, what appears to be unfettered development to the south of the parcel and the intersection of Skyline Drive, 222nd Street, and West Center have already changed the lifestyles of those scores of people in the area. Traffic now cuts through to 222nd Street through residential streets on Trail Ridge Boulevard and the newly connected Grover Street to avoid F and Highway 31 congestion. The result is extreme congestion at Skyline and 222nd Street at West Center. Traffic during the school year routinely backs up well past the entrance to Trail Ridge here. I don't have a scale on this map, but it's hundreds of yards, not feet. And you wait a long time to get across Center if you're going north and south, or indeed, many of them want to turn left now as well and go west. It's It's a dangerous intersection indeed. According to state transportation records, in the last 10 years, there have been 31 crashes here, 24 of which involved injuries. Wright Street is a narrow two-lane road with no shoulder. Another 100 apartment cars or more at that corner at rush times will make delays that are untenable for everyone. Parking at the apartment complex will inevitably, at times, not accommodate all during construction. Later holidays, family gatherings, party, FedEx, UPS, Prime, and other deliveries, vehicles will spill out onto Wright Street since there's no shoulder there, and probably allow only for one-way traffic. That street supports a cemetery and the 4 houses west of it, and potentially emergency fire and rescue vehicles. So now comes a developer asking to spot zone an established area which violates the neighborhood's character created by its existing zoning. The citizens there, who vote by the way, will lose economically and property value and safety because it's another area where the transport infrastructure cannot yet support apartments. This is not progress. It's change the rules and ignore our concerns for a single development. And there are a lot of people in that area who are concerned, as you can see by the reputation here on a business day, by folks who have changed their lives to be here. With unemployment at 3% and adequate apartments available in Omaha and many more already under construction, any economic arguments fall flat. The economic benefits only go to the developer. Spot zoning to me just looks like avarice on the backs of these people in the room. Is there anyone here that didn't see and hear and know for themselves that Joe Biden had sadly lost his mind? The same is true of this development. We see and we hear and we know it does not fit existing zoning plans and is not in the interest of the extended area of the residents in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. All right. Next.
Do you mind if I keep your picture? Thank you so much. I'll give these back to you. Okay.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Ricketts, and my husband, Pat Ricketts, and I live at 22525 Wright Plaza with our 4 children. We have lived there for 7 years. Our home is on 5 acres with Wright Street as the only way in and out of our home. I make multiple trips out of Wright Street and often when taking my children to school cannot turn left onto 222nd Street headed towards Center because of the backup in traffic. So I'll show you this. Okay. That'll be fine. I come from 4 generations of Omaha developers, and I am not anti-development, but I am against unnecessary and unsafe spot zoning in an area that makes no sense. Placing multifamily housing on Wright Street will make leaving our homes in the morning like the traffic used to be when leaving a Husker football game. The traffic simply will not work. 222nd and Center is a very busy intersection. Cars coming from multifamily units will either need to cross straight across Center Street or turn left into oncoming traffic or right into the traffic coming into Omaha at very high speeds. It may sound like a simple solution to put a light in, but even that may not be realistic with the loads of traffic going east to west on Center Street. Lamp Rierson did a study on May 14th of 2024 at the intersection to the entrance and exit of the Sanctuary neighborhood on 229th and Center. Cars passing by 229th would have no other option than to also go through 222nd and Center, making our numbers identical for these purposes. During the peak hours that you mentioned, between 7:15 and 8:15, 684 cars passed through 222nd and Center, headed east to west, not counting the traffic that would come from north to south. That is why cars are getting backed up on 222nd and Center. There simply isn't enough room to cross the intersection. That basically means that in the morning hours, during peak hours, every 5 seconds, a car is going through that intersection. That's why there's so many accidents. I have myself sat at that intersection with my children and watched one car hit another car and be spewed actually right into the area that you're proposing your apartment complex. Additional cars entering from a multifamily unit will be detrimental and dangerous to people like my family. In the same study, between the hours of 4:30 and 5:30 p.m., 901 cars travel east to west through that intersection. That is one car every 3.97 seconds. The oversimplified response that we need a light simply won't work. If we did put a light there, the average, according to the National Association of City Transportation Officials, put out in 2023, the average amount of time for a light to remain red before turning green is about 60 to 90 seconds. If we average that to be 75 seconds, that would mean that on average, during peak hours, there would be 17 cars waiting at that light in the morning and 22 cars waiting on Center Street in the evening. It simply clogs the intersection. It's very selfish to think that one can plant multifamily housing in this intersection. I'd like to talk about the surrounding community. When you consider even the names of the surrounding neighborhoods, their names exemplify what all of our acreages are. To the north, we have Serenity Estates. To the west, the Sanctuary. To the south, the Farm. And to the east, Terra Linda, which in Portuguese means beautiful land. Even Malibu Homes themselves, in a Facebook post on September 19th of 2024, touted a coveted acreage lot in the preserve at the Farm, which is the neighborhood to the south. To the homeowners who signed the petition, over 500 of them, our homes are a place of serenity, a sanctuary. It's beautiful land that is intended to be preserved. A multifamily rezoning is completely out of character for this area. The acreage that I live on shares the side with the Elkhorn Cemetery. Multifamily housing near the cemetery is unfair to those who have made the cemetery their loved one's final resting place. They chose that resting place as recently as the last month within an area that the city plan deemed to be low-density residential. Last week, I witnessed a woman laying on a blanket outside the grave of her loved one. That does not fit with multi-family housing. A gentleman who I now know by name visits his wife so frequently that there are tire tracks made from the entrance of the cemetery to her final resting place. Currently, he visits her often. This won't fit next to multifamily housing. This is a tight community. We care for each other. To those of us who in good faith purchased homes that were planned for light residential, our homes are a place of serenity, a sanctuary, beautiful land that Malibu, as Malibu Homes called it, is coveted and intended to be preserved. A transient multifamily development does not make any sense here. It is out of character and goes against the city's future plan. There's plenty of room for apartments in Elkhorn, and this is not the place for it. When we speak of notices, I loved hearing before that the transparency principle in the We Make Omaha Great plan. Transparency has not been our experience. This process has been sneaky from the beginning. Again, as Mr. Cleveland said, we were delivered a letter. I was not, but others closer to the property, even though I have to leave out of Wright Street. We're delivered a letter the Friday before Memorial Day to our homes. This gives us 7 business days in advance of this meeting, which is when we got the 500 signatures and notified all neighbors. When he spoke of the meeting that we were so kindly invited to, you can see from this envelope, let's see if we can see it here. I'll get a little closer. Okay, that you can see from it, but it was taken to the post office on May 30th. That I received on Monday evening when I opened my mail, and that meeting was for Tuesday. That is why you'd had no one at your meeting. This process has been completely sneaky. This isn't development. Development is the process of growth. This is spot zoning where Malibu Homes is seeking a cheap land grab. This is a big disruption to the lives of peace and serenity and safety of so many. This proposal, it exploits my neighbors. It is selfish, it's unsafe, it violates the integrity of the city plan, and it's disruptive to the surrounding community. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirsten. Next.
Hello, my name is Paul Warren. I live at 22401 Wright Street, which I would be one of the most impacted by this development. If you look at the barn here, and I didn't bring any other photographs, but I own the 10 acres right on the other side of Wright Street. So right on this other side where my finger is, I live on 2 acres on the back side, and then I lease out or rent out the other farmland in that area. Once again, in looking at the entry and the exit to the proposed property on a short, stubby, one-way road, well, let me back up a little bit and give you context. I own multifamily housing. I have for 30 years as an investment property, just under 60 units in southwest Omaha, little into Sarpy County. I also own a 55 or older community in Sarpy County. So I'm not opposed to multifamily housing if it makes sense. The entry and the exit, the way it's drawn, and we can do the math, use formulas and say, hey, based on 1 and 2 bedrooms, there'll be homes, there'll be 60 or 90 vehicles. In multifamily housing, when you rent to somebody, you're basically renting to their friends, their family, their extended family. And what I mean by that is those are all the people that are coming and going and congregating. Far more traffic than a person can anticipate. And we're at a day and age where deliveries play a big role in our daily lives. Amazon, UPS, FedEx, I see it every day for 30 years, picking up steam in the multifamily that I own. Not only that, but you've got DoorDash, you've got Uber, you've got groceries being delivered. So the traffic's going to be far, far more greater than what you can anticipate. But with the entry and exit off of Wright Street, it will be very difficult for that amount of traffic on a stubby one-way road to exit a multifamily and get to Wright Street. By the time you get to Wright Street and the stop sign, you're going to work your way north to 222nd, which is another short road. You've got Terra Linda, you've got Trail Ridge, you've got some of Blue Sage, you've got the Preserve, you've got the farm, all trying to get that direction. Some of those individuals are also working their way to Dodge Street. So then you've got all that carryover onto Skyline Drive. And to give you a little more context, if you want a traffic study, I grew up at 3404 South 222nd, or it used to be 3404 Skyline Drive. I moved into that house, which is less than a block down the road from here, in October of 1971. So I've lived out there my whole life. So I have a pretty good perspective on what's going on and what's taking place. So anyway, I appreciate the opportunity for me to share my thoughts. And I'd like to reiterate, whatever traffic you think would be generated from 60 units will be far greater. And the overflow onto that stubby street will constitute people parking on the side of the street during various holidays, coming to visit, and those types of things. So going to be very problematic. But once again, I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Paul. Okay. How many more do we have that are going to testify? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Let's see here. Okay. Thank you for taking the time to listen to all of our concerns. My name is Dan Larson. I live in Terra Linda. On the map, my home would be right about here. And this is the intersection. This is the proposed area. I want to start by addressing some of the traffic issues. Having been a longtime resident out there, in fact, I've owned my home in this neighborhood of acreages twice. I sold it and had such horrible seller's remorse. I talked the guy I sold it into to selling it back to me 8 years later. So I love this neighborhood. I love the community we have. But we all bought there because it's a neighborhood of acreages. Everywhere you go, this is acreages, this is acreages, all up and down 222nd is acreages. The one problem with it is that intersection. 21 years ago when those kids were killed, I lived in the neighborhood and I was interviewed by the news. And it was a horrible thing. And I remember at the time speaking to people in the city saying, what are we going to do about this intersection? We're on it. We're looking at that. We're going to take care of that. 21 years later, we have far more traffic and no resolution. I don't allow my teenage drivers to use that intersection. And you can see all I have to do is go from here to here and you get everywhere. I will not let my boys go through that intersection. I've seen way too many problems. As far as the traffic that gets backed up right here, when I come out of my neighborhood, if it's morning traffic or evening traffic, I am at the mercy of the good graces of other drivers to let me in, because the traffic backs way up if you're heading towards Center Street. I've sat on this side of Skyline during busy times for 5 or 10 minutes waiting for an opening to get across the street. And the accidents happen because people wait and they just can't wait any longer. Like pretty soon it's like, I think that's a big enough gap, I'm going. And I've heard accident after accident after accident. So I would love, aside from all of this, for the city to do something about that intersection. I'll also say, just as my final point, I saw that corner go up for sale, and I'm sure we all did. And I thought to myself, oh man, if I thought something terrible was gonna go there, I'd get some neighbors together, we'd buy that and let a few horses roll around and rent the property. But, and maybe I'm not as smart as the average bear, I would have never thought you could buy it and say, hey, there's probably some wrangling we can do and put a multifamily there. Had I thought that was even possible, that something like that could happen, I'd have certainly gone to my neighbors and said, who wants to invest? Help me buy this so we can keep this area safe and our neighborhood of acreages. And I'll bet if I polled the people here, raise your hand if you'd have chipped in with me and bought that. And you probably would have, because you'd have never thought you're going to be able to get it rezoned to do something like that. So maybe shame on me for not knowing that was even a possibility. So I hope now that it's not. So I urge you not to let this go through.
How long ago was that put up for sale?
It was put up, I think it was up for sale and down a couple different times. And there was a sign right on the corner, but if you live there a long time, you're like, hey, that's a cool property. You know, they got that house and that barn and can roll a couple horses on that corner. But of course, as an owner there, you think to yourself, man, geez, I don't want to move across the street. I already have an acreage. But I would have never guessed that I could buy that and develop it. You know, you look at the zoning, you're like, oh, well, gonna get another acreage neighbor. So to think that that was even a possibility, it never crossed my mind. Had it crossed my mind, or if somebody had said, listen, there's a chance somebody could put something there, I guarantee we'd have gotten together, bought that, and preserved the sanctity of what we have out there. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi, my name is Debbie Jesperson, and bear with me, I have bad anxiety, so this is hard for me to come in, but it was well worth it. And I represent my husband, who couldn't be here because he has a family situation. Anyways, Debbie and Kevin Jesperson, 22405 Wright Plaza, Elkhorn, Nebraska. I do oppose the apartments going up there. This neighborhood has pulled together in like such a short amount of time for something so important to all of us out there. That's all I'm going to say, because everybody has covered so much stuff, and I agree with everything that has been said. Thank you very much for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Debbie.
Hi, I'm Alicia Hintz. I'm representing for my husband, Josh Hintz, and myself. We moved in, our address is 3202 South 222nd Street, so we were one of the few that did get the letter. We moved out here. We lived off of Q Street, and we moved out here to get more space, to have more privacy, to get away from some of the congestion in town. Amazing neighbors. Again, never in my mind did I ever think, and I'm in kitchen and bath design. I know construction. I know planning and growth, and I understand that and I respect that, but this does not fit the area. One thing that we're not thinking of too is at the further south you go, there is tons of land off of 222nd that has yet to be developed. So there's going to be more houses. There's going to be more traffic on this road. I have a 14-year-old son who is working right now to get his school permit, and I am fearful for him leaving my house to go on that street. And you're going to add 66 apartments? It just doesn't make sense. And to kind of give a little bit of context, that, yes.
You got one of the few, it sounds like.
Yes, I got the letter on Friday before Memorial.
Why did you decide not? I'm just curious why you didn't decide to go, or you didn't call your neighbors and go, hey, did you get this?
I passed out every single letter. I'm going to be honest. I was the one going door to door to every neighbor. I made a copy of that, and I was the one handing it out.
And how come no one went? Do you know?
We got, that was the.
I'm just asking.
No, that was the initial letter we received was to let us know about this meeting here.
Oh, this meeting.
So then we received the letter on Monday for the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
For and I'm sorry, I have 2 kids heavily in activities. I have, I couldn't drop everything.
There's a time, I get it.
A time constraint. I do want to share a photo, if I can get this to kind of see. I'll flip it. This was taken the Friday I got that letter. It's very hard to see, but flip it around. Sorry. This, that is Wright Street that you can see where that truck is just passing. I counted that night after I got this letter, there are over 20 some cars sitting there waiting to cross that intersection. Those people will not even be able to leave their apartment to get out. A light is not, that's exiting that, yep. So this right here is, sorry, my hands are shaking. That's 226 towards Skyline and Center. And that street behind the tree is Wright Street, where they are proposing to put the entrance and exit for the apartment complex, which is a dead-end road that turns onto several people's private drive that they pay for to be paved. The city doesn't pay for it. The other question I pose is, where are these people going to walk? I live out there. I'm a runner. I'm telling you, I risk my life and I run on 222nd. I'm the crazy lady who's running on the street that shouldn't be. But there are no sidewalks, even in the neighborhood in Terra Linden, in all of the neighborhoods across. There's nowhere to walk in these areas. So where are these people going to go for enjoyment and, to walk? You're going to put a sidewalk around their apartment? They're going to have nowhere to go. And I will tell you, the school that has a park is a mile away. I run it, so I know it's a mile. So that's the nearest place where they could go. And that's where sidewalks are, a mile away. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia.
Good afternoon. My name is Dale Bubbert. I live at 22105 West Wind Drive. I use your map here. I live directly east of the proposed development.
He's right there.
I live right here. I live directly east of the proposed development. And my main concern, along with the other people here, is the traffic and safety of the citizens. And I'm a retired firefighter, Omaha, and I'm concerned about the safety of the citizens. There are 4 developments to the south of us, and those people have to come north up this street or go F Street to 204th Street. So they're going to be splitting that. Half and going that way, half going the other way. I come out of my house in the morning, those cars, a picture she showed, Those cars are backed up past my driveway, past the next block. They're two blocks sometimes, backed up, waiting to get across that intersection. Did I hear something about a roundabout?
It's not my design, it's NDOT's design.
Did I hear something about a roundabout?
Here, sir.
It's possible.
Talk
It's
to
possible.
the board, not the crowd.
I'm sorry.
please. Yep.
Where's that roundabout located? Oh,
We don't know the
hasn't been
roundabout's going to
designed.
be there yet, so let's just focus on what's here right now, what you're.
okay. You have to realize all the traffic issues about that intersection are Nebraska Department of Transportation. Has nothing to do with the city of Omaha. Well, I called in. So the plan hasn't been finalized yet, so nobody knows at this point what's going to happen there. I called NDOT, and I talked to a gentleman there, didn't get his name, but I told him about the intersection when they put up that blinking light. I said, that blinking light ain't gonna work. You gotta put up a stoplight. And he says, well, let me get you on my bird's eye view and let me see it. He goes, oh yeah, I know that intersection. He says, we're gonna do something about that. And I said, when? He had 3 or 4 years. How many people can get killed in 3 or 4 years, you know? It just don't make sense. But, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Dale.
I'll be brief. Thank you for hearing our concerns. My name is Matt Sorensen. I live at 2919 219th Street. I don't want to repeat some of the same things that I agree with. What I'm concerned about that no one's mentioned any impact on the local elementary school, Blue Sage Elementary School. It is, in this past school year where my children attend, they were about 250 students over their maximum capacity. Even though it was one of the newest elementary schools in Elkhorn, it was the biggest, and they actually had to go on diversion and bus or transport kids elsewhere. We're rapidly outpacing our plan, and a lot of our concerns revolve around traffic and safety, and I can see how that just turns into a math problem, and math problems are solvable. I don't think that this is the purpose of this meeting to debate that math. I think the purpose of this meeting is to debate, is this the direction that this should go? And I agree that R6 housing is not in congruence with the rest of the development and the reason why we purchased our homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope to even be more brief. My name is Dave Blair. We live at 21995 Brookside Avenue, north of the intersection that we avoid. My concern is Skyline Road, which is the main north connector to West Dodge from this area. It's a 2-lane residential street and certainly does not have the state of repair or capacity to handle a whole lot of traffic. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you for listening to our concerns. My name is Susan Blair. I live at 21995 Brookside Avenue on the north side of this intersection. I avoid it at all costs during rush hour. When it's not rush hour, here's how you do it. You pull up to the intersection, you look to the right, you look to the left, you look across the street. You look to the left, you look to the right, and then you go like hell because you can't see what's on the other side of the hill. So, and that's what it's like now. And I just can't imagine adding that many more vehicles to the situation. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan.
Hi, I am Natalie Bassett. I am at 22006 West Wind Drive. There are 2 houses that separate me from where this new development will go. I highly respect these gentlemen over here. We have a lot in common. We are parishioners, we are community people. We've bought in this neighborhood for the same reasons. The thing that separates us is our pocketbooks and our tax brackets. But I think you can appreciate what we want for our families. I think that this doesn't necessarily have to be the plan. I think after all of that you've heard here, I know that what you do is great work, and I know that there's alternate things that you could do so well. I'm excited about your daughters and what they're going to be coming to do in Omaha hopefully soon.
Let's keep it, let's
I would
keep,
love
let's
to
keep
see
it, let's keep it with us,
going
okay?
that direction and not 100 apartments.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody else that's going to speak? Because if there is, I want to make sure it's going to be new information. We understand what the issues, the big issues, the big picture issues are, and we'll get to commenting on that.
My name is Amy Marsh, and I live at 3404 South 222nd Street. We would be 2 properties directly south of the proposed development. My husband and I and our family have lived there for 19 years, and I echo every concern that's been shared today, and I'm strongly opposed to the rezoning of this parcel. The things I think have not been said today, the developer is planning to do a traffic study. The majority of the traffic that we are not talking about is school traffic. School hours is an enormous part of the burden that's put on this intersection. Every single student that lives south of West Center Road is attending middle school or high school north of West Center Road. So every high school student and every middle school student that lives south of Center is passing through this intersection to get to school on a daily basis. Obviously, school is no longer in session, so these cars and this traffic is not being incorporated into any study that is happening over the next couple of weeks. And I think that's a huge mistake. Also, considering that these are high school drivers, I have 2 high school students. I also urge them to avoid this intersection by going through the neighborhoods, which is putting undue burden on the neighborhood streets in Terra Linda and Trail Ridge Ranches. Those streets have no sidewalk. They're not built for heavy residential traffic. They're built for the low residential traffic in the neighborhood that they are in. That's all I wanted to share.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, you've already spoke. You've already
have a
spoke.
question.
No,
I just have a
no, you've already spoke. I'm gonna close the public hearing.
I'm
right
sorry,
now.
I do
I'm
need
gonna
to ask,
close-
I just need
I'm
to
gonna
ask the
close
planning
public
department,
hearing.
did you
Ma'am,
get our exhibits that we
Ma'am,
submitted?
please, follow the rules. I'm gonna close the public hearing. I'm going to give the applicant time to respond to the questions. We're gonna have some questions for the applicant as well. So please come up and address the issues that were raised.
First off, I want to sincerely apologize to both the planning and to all the residents here. I personally signed that letter on May 28th, the letter of that neighborhood meeting, and that was the same day we got the recommendation report. I'll have conversations with my staff as far as, I know they took it to the post office that afternoon of the 28th, so we'll work that out, but I do apologize I appreciate the input and the opportunity for you guys to come here, but I know it's not fun to sit down here for all afternoon. But I apologize to both the planning board and to the residents. We'll figure that out. We do this a lot down here. That's uncharacteristic, and I'm sorry, sincerely sorry. That said, I'm sorry, Kyle Vole, E&A Consulting Group, 10909 Mill Valley Road. A lot of the testimony is very similar, but there were a few items that I could touch on that I do think is important to point out. So in this product type, there are storm shelters. The storm shelters are built into the garage units of the particular multifamily or the townhome type product. So they're interior storm shelters built to a international building code safety that go inside those structures. The stormwater detention in the northeast corner, that will be designed for 210 and 100-year detention. That's a requirement in the city of Omaha. That's also a requirement of NDOT because we discharge into their NDOT right away. A couple other items I wanted to make sure and touch on. Obviously, traffic. We are a proponent. We want that intersection to be improved, correct? So, I mean, we're going to have a market and users that are going to be using that intersection. So we're pushing NDOT for a solution sooner than later. But again, that's a little outside of our control. So, but we are with the neighbors completely on board with improvements to occur at that intersection. Let's see if there's anything else I wanted to touch on. The other item, Wright Street. So Wright Street is not currently built to a public standard. One of the comments in there is to widen Wright Street to a public standard. We'll have conversations with Public Works. We don't necessarily think maybe curb and gutter is warranted there since it's currently a rural section, but widening it to 25 feet certainly makes sense. Plus, if there's anything from the traffic study as far as widening out for a turn lane on eastbound Wright, that's something that we would, that this project would be required to participate in.
Kyle, while you're on that topic, could you clarify the extent of Wright Street? Will that just stop in front of the multifamily lot? It doesn't extend further west beyond that, correct?
My understanding of the city's comment is that The improvement is to happen back to the ridge point, the high point on the hill, which is approximately right here. And so, I'm sorry, let me zoom out so you can see the limits here. So the staff comment was to improve from 222nd Street west to the current ridge point or ridge line, which would be approximately where that driveway is at on the metal building.
Now, could you clarify for everybody how many units are going to be here?
So the current concept we have are 66 units. That's what we're proposing, 66 units. And so that is 9, these are 9-unit buildings. And then we've got a couple, these 3 buildings on the north side are 7. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9-unit attached, and then 3 buildings of 7 units. Any other questions for you guys from, you guys have any questions for planning?
Kyle? Okay. Eric, there's a lot to unpack there.
I think it'd be best to hear from City of Omaha Public Works.
Okay.
Obviously, I just kind of left that open, but Ryan, obviously, there was a lot of conversation about traffic, so would just love to hear your department's thoughts and communication that's taking place.
Yeah, Ryan Haas with the Public Works Department. So, you know, obviously, we're aware of the general situation there at that intersection, and as has been mentioned, it's under the jurisdiction of the State Department of Transportation. So, in response to this proposed application, we have been in contact, Public Works has been in contact with NDOT staff. Our general awareness of their upcoming project, whatever that ends up being there at that intersection, we wanted to make sure they were aware of this proposed project. And so we shared that information. We put a recommendation as one of the conditions of approval for this project that we want to make sure that NDOT has adequate right-of-way for their future acquisition for that to accommodate that project. We don't want to approve something that's going to interfere with or impede the ultimate plan there. So as currently proposed, there's a small outlot on the corner. I think the intent there is that NDOT would acquire that in the future, but that we will not recommend sending this to City Council for final approval until we have NDOT's concurrence that, and again, they're still evaluating what the ultimate improvement is going to be there. But whatever that is, we want to make sure it is accommodated. So that's one way that we're trying to accommodate their plan with the recommended conditions here.
Hey, Ryan, were they considering a change before this project came up and we notified them and they were still looking at it before this?
This was already in the works. Their project,
already in the works.
Their project that they identified the need for it in response to the general conditions at the intersection, yes.
Okay, but they have been notified that this is being considered as well?
We shared these plans with their staff,
okay.
yes.
All right, thank you.
Anything else for Ryan? Okay, thank you, Ryan.
Ryan, real quick.
Yep.
I guess, you know, we hear this a lot with apartment projects, and Kyle touched on some of it in his initial testimony regarding looking at the PM peak. Could you just take a moment to, you know, as a traffic engineer, your assessment of how we look at, you know, apartment projects and evaluate traffic to and from the site as compared to if it's perhaps like an office? Are there differences based on the land use? And
yeah, so with this project, we asked them to prepare a traffic memo so we could at least have a number in mind of exactly what we would expect this to generate. That's a common question we get with apartment projects or a lot of other types of projects. And there's a national standard reference document called the Trip Generation Manual, and it's kind of a culmination of thousands of traffic studies across the country. And it's kind of the industry standard where you take the land use type, in this case, low-rise multifamily, and based on the number of units, you can calculate with a pretty high degree of confidence how many trips you will expect to see both over the course of a given day, as well as those two kind of worst case scenarios, the AM peak and the PM peak hours. So with that, then you can start to look at things where And on a larger project where you exceed 100 trips, for example, we could require a full traffic study and proposed improvements, where you go and count the existing conditions, and you add those additional new trips, and you can analyze from there. I think it was mentioned, this one with 66 units, we're not anywhere close to that threshold. And because the state has already identified the need for a project there, that's why you're not seeing maybe a larger effort as a condition of this project.
Do you think, without knowing what's going to come of the state, is there a likelihood northbound, southbound, left turn lanes, or do you think that would be in the scope of what they're looking at?
I think it depends on, it depends on what they determine is the best as far as the traffic control. If a roundabout is identified as the preferred option, you wouldn't have north and southbound left turn lanes. You have single lanes coming in and out typically. If a traffic signal is identified, that would be where you'd probably see you'd want to have those northbound and southbound left turn lanes. So it's all speculation at this point. They have identified a project. They are pursuing it. It will happen, hopefully in the near future. But at this point, since it's still so early in the alternatives analysis, I just don't have anything to share as far as more concrete answers.
I understand. One last thing.
Yeah.
So you had mentioned earlier, so I just kind of want it reiterated. Before the final plat would proceed to City Council, as part of the subdivision agreement, you would require what from the state of Nebraska?
We want to ensure that regardless of the option that they select, that they're able to in the future acquire the ground that they need to accommodate the project. So we need to know, I can point to it here. This piece of this triangle here is currently an outlot. So that's set aside, it's reserved, they can't build anything on it. That dividing line might need to move depending on what it is they identify for their future right-of-way needs, even potentially along down West Center Road. Now, I don't think that's the case because it's 140, I think it was mentioned, it's an extra wide right-of-way, but that's something that we will make sure that we get feedback from NDOT that they concur with whatever that dividing line ends up being so that it can be incorporated into that plat document.
Thank you.
Can I ask real quick too, with the study that NDOT is doing, is there a moment when they reach out to the neighbors and the citizens? I mean, I think a lot of what we heard today was existing traffic concerns that what I'm also hearing from the developer, this might be a minor piece of that existing traffic concern.
I think that's pretty common for any public agency when they do projects. I can't speak to their specific public outreach policies, but I think that could be expected.
Okay.
There would be a public outreach component.
Good.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, Eric.
Diane, could you come up? Is that the right name? Sorry.
Diana.
Sorry, Diana. I believe you were trying to ask a question, so go ahead.
All I wanted to ask was, you did not yet have our submissions on the electronic exhibits when I looked this morning. I just wanted to see if you had received our formal letter and affidavits that we submitted Monday before noon, I believe.
We don't usually post the correspondence on our website. We keep the official records with our file. I have about 90 or 100 pages of documentation for this case, which, is good. So yes, we received that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was part of the public record, and that's all I wanted.
Absolutely, yep. And we, up until about 10 a.m. this morning, anything that we have received, so there would have been 2 emails that go out to the planning board members, one on Friday afternoon for materials that we received, and then I believe another one yesterday before the end of the day. And then even if something trickles in this morning before 10 a.m., we provide hard copies when we meet for the pre-meeting. So we inundate, and obviously the sooner that board members can receive the materials, it allows them to go through that. But obviously everyone is familiar, and it's important to go through that correspondence. So
Thank you, I appreciate that.
you're welcome.
Okay, you want to go through the...
Sure. All right, so I want to start a little bit with zoning and master plan. Obviously this is not a unique site, but we're very close here to the ridge line. So, when you go west over the ridge line, typically that would be acreage residential or other uses that would be allowed. Of course, as you go a little bit further west, most of it's floodplain. We're not dealing with that here because it is at the top of the hill. But, if you just travel down a little bit further to the west, there's very limited uses that the master plan would support. So obviously the western portion of this site with the two larger acreage residential residences, you have that component because you are over the ridge line. But the proposed site, that's mostly getting talked about with the multifamily is about 4.5 acres, and it can be developed and sewered. So yes, it is true there's not existing R6 zoning in the near vicinity, but there are several neighborhoods and developments with the R4 zoning, as well as there's a lot of DR and R1 existing as well. So the master plan, although it designates the property for low-density residential, which generally is between the zoning districts of DR and R5. Okay, so the master plan typically refers to high-density residential as R6 through R8. And what that allows, the big difference when you get to the R6 is the multifamily style of housing. R5, which is considered low-density residential, it's kind of a combination, allows single-family duplexes, attached townhomes. The master plan, however, there's two provisions that I'm gonna read here. So this is from the land use element on page 29. So bear with me, and I might have to clarify a little bit, but it says multifamily housing which is not located within the West Maple, West Dodge, or West Center corridors or adjacent to the office, commercial, or civic portions of a mixed-use area will be limited to 100 units. And then the second part, multifamily housing located outside of the West Maple, West Dodge, or West Center corridors and away from the office, commercial, or civic portions of a mixed-use area will be considered as a part of a group limited to 100 units unless it is more than a quarter mile away from the nearest multifamily development. And it refers to a figure as well. What that says is several people were putting the same document up that had the yellow. If you notice, there's a hatching that was just a little bit to the east. That was the extent of the West Center corridor that these statements are referring to. You're allowed unlimited residential within a quarter mile of all those West Center, West Dodge, West Maple, as well as 204th Street. This is an old copy that I have in my book. So if this site were just literally probably 500 or 600 feet to the east, it would be part of that unlimited quarter mile density corridor, but it does just stop a little short. However, this provision about unless there's other multifamily within a quarter mile, you still can have these areas limited up to 100 units is what that's saying. So that is why the recommendation report and conversations with the applicant basically says that the master plan does support up to 100 units. The size of the lot dictates that site area per unit, so we could not have a 6-acre lot because that theoretically could allow more than the 100 units. So the size of the lot is capped. Now, they're obviously proposing less than that with 66 units, which is actually meeting the R5 density, just right at it if you look at it. And site area per unit is based on minimum lot size. So within R5, it requires a 3,000 site area per unit. So that comes out to about 14.5 units per acre, whereas R6 is 22 units per acre. I know that's getting into the weeds, but I did just want to touch on that. Kyle did address stormwater. So obviously Public Works has their rules and regulations regarding the amount of stormwater that's treated and retained. Kyle also did mention the need or the providing of the tornado shelter, which is a building code requirement. So that would definitely be part of the permit review. So as part of the process for all the planning board cases, we have a deadline about 3 or 4 weeks before the actual meeting. When we receive those materials, we send those out to about 25 different departments or other entities. And so those do include, school districts, Nebraska Department of Transportation, Douglas County Engineers Office, of course, our own departments, Public Works, Parks, Police, Fire. So there's a lot of entities that get that. So, I know there was some mention about school district, and that's true. I know, I live in this area. So Iron Bluff Elementary is opening up here in the fall, and that will ease some of the pressures off of Blue Sage because they have redrawn those boundaries. So, I am very familiar with that. We did not receive any comments from the school district, but they do frequently analyze what's coming in, and it's not uncommon that they don't provide comments for the report, but they do use it for their analysis and their enrollment projections. I don't think I have much more. The final plat is being recommended for layover. There's a requirement by the Nebraska Department of Environmental and Energy, NDEE, that whenever you have an acreage lot that has septic system under 3 acres in size, it requires pre-approval. We do not have that pre-approval. Kyle had mentioned that they had done some percolation tests and that they would be submitting those soon to the NDE. So we do have the recommendation for the final plat, but there is a recommendation for the approval of the preliminary plat and the zoning. Usually in a situation like that, we would, if the board recommended to approve, we would send the preliminary plat on to City Council, and that would have a public hearing. Whenever the final plat was ready, it would be back before this board, usually as an administrative meeting only item. I do want to point out that this is a straight rezoning request, so the site plan is not locked down per planning board or city council vote, okay? So that's an important component, whereas I fully believe that is what the developer wants to build. This process does not lock that down. But of course, they are subject to all the rules and regulations, setbacks. You heard the conversation about buffer yards. So they'll be required to meet all those, but I just wanted to mention that. So I don't know if you have any questions for me, if you want to have continued dialogue, if you want the recommendation report.
You guys have any comments?
Well, we hold a lot of groups to a certain standard when it comes to communication, and that's one deficiency that I think I'm identifying here. I just think that the notice was too short. I really believe that early communication is always best in these processes. I know we've got a layover for the final plat. That in combination with the safety concerns, which I think are very real and very warranted, I would recommend a layover on this.
Yeah, I agree with Jorge about the notifications, and I know that maybe something got away from you, but these good people did not get a chance to meet with you. I don't know what that will change, getting that chance to meet with them, but you deserve that opportunity, I feel. And while NDOT is still working on the decision of what's going to happen there, I'm headed to a layover as well, waiting for those results, hopefully before the next meeting, and that you get a chance to meet with the neighbors as you intend to. I know you do, but let's get that done. But I'm willing to make a motion to lay over the whole case if.
As you make that motion, sorry, I just want to make sure that it's being clear. Is there a specific timeline? Is it just 1 month, come back next month? So any guidance is helpful for the expectation of the neighbors that are in attendance, as well as city staff, as well as the applicant. So just something to consider. I'm not trying to lead you one way or the other, but
I would consider what's the timeline of the NDOT meeting. That to me is important information. Above all, I think I know that's not the responsibility of this project to spur on, but I think this is a unique opportunity to almost really push the state to get something done here. So when would that meeting occur? That would be sort of my.
I don't know if they'll have a meeting or if they'll just make a decision. I think they're done weighing in from what we've already notified them for. So I don't know that we can say wait till that meeting.
We can't dictate anything to
it could be 2
the
years,
state.
you know.
Yes.
I don't want it to be that long, but I would say, at least until the meeting happens with the neighbors is when I would say no later.
So a month seems normal, right?
And
So,
hopefully
okay, so one more point that I will make, if whatever the timeline in your motion lays out, if the case is back on for the July 1st planning board meeting, the city will not resend notifications. Okay, so if it's longer than the 1 month, so if it was the August planning board meeting or beyond, we would re-notify for our notification purposes, which is property owners within 300 feet and any registered neighborhood association that the site is in.
Yeah, I just think it's important for the residents to understand that if it's laid over and it's next month, you will not get the 300 feet notification again. But,
Sir, I'd like you to come to the podium. I would love to hear a question.
The NDOT.
Name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dan Larson, 21906 Silverado Drive. I'm right in Terra Linda. The NDOT thing that speaks to taking care of the safety, and because we all agree it's unsafe now, so we were only talking about how much more unsafe it would get. The NDOT has addressed this intersection for a couple decades, so we're kind of wondering, not are they going to say, yep, we agree, it's a problem, we're going to get to it. Can we have any expectation of, we're going to fix the intersection to where it could support this, not, hey, we'll put this in and we're really going to hope the NDOT comes through in the next year or 6 months or 2 years, where they haven't in the last 2 decades. So I just wonder, is it a cart before the horse thing? Can we fix the intersection and then address, could it handle all this? Or are we going to put all this in and hope they fix the intersection? I think that's, anyway, that's our question.
You are going the exact direction that I was going to go with this.
Okay, thank
I think we are putting the cart before the horse. I'm before the horse here, and I totally agree with what you guys have said. Totally agree. I don't think we can do anything. The public meeting or the meeting that wasn't held, this is the correspondence we got. That's you guys. You guys should have had the meeting 2 months ago. Whenever you bought the land, you should have done that. I think it was irresponsible. I think we need the state to come out with their report for the traffic before we can move forward with this project. It's a dangerous enough intersection, and it has been for years. I don't know how long it's going to take. None of us know how long it's going to take. And I know the people that were involved in that accident that you guys referred to. I know the families in that, and several other people that have been injured. It's serious. It's serious enough. I think we need to delay it, make sure we get that traffic study by the Department of Transportation. I know we can't control what they do and the timeline that they work on, but I think it's an important enough issue to do it. And, again, thank you for coming tonight and for this information too, and thank you as well for trying to develop the parcel there. But we need that communication with the neighbors before we can move forward, I think, and that's just one part of it. So that's my 2 cents worth in it. So Matt, I think you wanted to say something too.
Yeah, I'm a traffic engineer by trade, so I know what you're talking about, and I usually on the other side representing developers and I'm just going to say you can't be urban and rural at the same time. Yeah. And I hear a lot about the peaceful, less dense area that comes with a certain type of development. And now this is an intense urban. I'm very concerned about the safety there. I don't think enough's being done along either Wright Street or 222nd. It seems like it's lacking. And it is a safety problem now, and we're adding to it. And I think and I agree with Mike, that we got to see what the state's doing.
So, and I appreciate all those thoughts. I do just want to, there's been a lot of development along this corridor. I mean, obviously, in recent years, the Prairie, Sanctuary Ridge, Blue Sage Creek, Westbury Farm, not even talking about the smaller ones that are on the west side of 222nd. So I guess I'm just throwing it out there, obviously, as a conversation point. If there was a different development that came in for 10 houses on this side, are we still going to hold it up, or is it specific? So I just think worth pondering in conversation. I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm just throwing that out there. Obviously, that's not what's being proposed today.
I
So-
think what you guys do is you've come to this meeting. I think what you do is you mobilize and you get in touch with the Department of Transportation as well. And you've probably done that. Contact your political representatives in the legislature. Contact the governor's office if you need to. Do what you need to do. You seem like a very close-knit group of people in this area. And see if you can put the political pressure on the state to get something done. We can't do it necessarily. Ryan's talked about what the city can and can't do. But I think the pressure has to come from the citizens here. No.
And to answer Eric's question, yeah, if it was less density, I don't know if it would be much. I'm not actually that scared of the density here, if I'm completely honest.
I'm
We
not
see this all over the place. 66 units is not going to make or break here. I think what it is, it's a unique opportunity for the developer and the community to get something done and use it as a catalyst to get the safety measures put in place. That's kind of what I see. It's a unique opportunity.
Well said.
Sure, I can officially
Yeah.
read mine, although it sounds that this is going towards a layover. But the city recommends approval of the rezoning from DR to R4 and R6, approval of the preliminary plat subject to the 19 conditions in the report, and lay over the final plat.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Yep. All right, we have a recommendation. Do I have a motion? There's no motion yet. I need a motion, either the recommendation motion, or if you guys wanted to change a motion to something else.
And sorry, I'm going to jump in one more time.
Sure.
Because there are 6 members, we have a member missing. It can't be a 3-3 vote.
Right.
We have to make a new motion until you get to a majority, either being a 4-2. Either way, whether it's approval, denial, layover. So, right, Jennifer?
Well, and Eric, one more clarification. If we were to lay it over 2 months, it would trigger notification to everyone as was notified before,
Yes.
and potentially
From the
give-
city.
From the city, and potentially give all of the parties here today a little more time to get in touch with NDOT, to coordinate between each other, the developer and the citizens. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep. Jennifer, were you going to say something?
Jennifer Taylor, City Law Department. Eric's aware of the fact that we have had some internal discussions about what constitutes a final action by this board. So, I mean, to the extent that there is some conflict within our code that raises some issues as to whether or not a tie vote constitutes action that would ultimately be a denial, which I know Mike knows what I'm talking about. So, so to the extent that you need to act or are required to act, a 3-3 vote is not an action.
Okay. So we need at least a motion here.
I would motion to lay over all items.
Okay.
For 2 months, yes, sorry.
Second. Okay, I don't know that,
Take a vote on, you got to take a vote on it now.
Well-
And then if we want to change it, vote against it, but
Yeah.
what's your point?
my point is, I don't know that the timeline of 2 months is going to solve the bigger picture issue, you know? So what happens in 2 months? I mean, we can vote on it. What happens in 2 months if we're in the same position? You'll have your meeting, but the state may not come to the table yet.
Correct.
Okay, let's take a roll call on that motion.
Rosehacker,
Yes.
Tondal,
Yes.
Sotolongo,
Yes.
Moore,
Yes.
Rupert,
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
No.
approved, 4-1. Sorry, 5-1.
So laid over to August 6th meeting. For those in the crowd.
Okay, got some homework.
Can I have folks sign in so I can have like emails and we can do it that way versus?
Yeah, just do it out on the walkway. Thank you.
Okay, where are we?
Have stuff that's ready, like we just lay over it, how does that work?
We don't know. We'll have to reconsider.
Because they've been pushing it for 20 years, and it's complex, and that's why they haven't gotten to that point.
Regardless, begins anyway.
Okay, next item is item 20, case C-10-25-133. The applicant is Freddie Ellis. The request is rezoning from R2 to R5, and the location is 5108 Reed Street. Is the applicant present? Yeah, come on. You want to come on up and tell us a little bit about the project?
Okay, Freddie Ellis, address is 5108 Reed Street. My job, or not my job here, my goal is to subdivide this lot into 2 lots, and so I can build 2 single-family homes there, and just provide, extra homes in the community at an affordable price.
Okay. Thank you, Freddie.
Good, thank you, Freddie.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents that wish to speak? Come forward, please.
Hello, my name is Oksana Kling. I live at 7112 North 50th Avenue, right around the corner from the property. And we'll see. This is my first time, so bear with me. I have no idea what I'm doing. I presume like this?
No, you had it right. You had it right the first time. Just
Okay.
leave it up.
Push it down?
Yeah, a little bit.
I think it turned off.
Up a little more now.
Okay.
Very good.
Sorry. All the way up?
Yep.
Okay.
Whatever you have.
It's down. I think the screen went to sleep. Electronics are not my thing. Anyhow, I am here with multiple neighbors, and I have letters from other neighbors that are opposed to this. The primary thing is our entire neighborhood is R2 and R3. This is his proposal of cutting the lot into 2 properties in order to put in affordable housing. Traditionally, in this neighborhood, all the yards are anywhere from a 1/4 of an acre to over a 1/2 an acre each. Mine is 0.33. Scott back here will be living on the other side of the property that is due north of it. And at this time, this gentleman has bought this property about 2 months ago. He has yet to maintain the property at all. It is badly overgrown, noxious weeds, has not been mowed, period. Nothing has been done to it. So one of our biggest concerns is, as a landlord or owner of multiple properties, what kind of person is he going to be responsible for in taking care of the properties? In addition to that, with this R5 zoning, he doesn't have to just put 2 houses on it. You guys aren't seeing me put my PIN number in there, right? No. All right. So anyhow, in addition to this, is he can put any type of multi-family home on each of these 2 properties. It's not limited when it's switched to an R5. So you could put a 3-house tall townhouse on it, or duplex or apartment building on each one. And that is not in fitting with our neighborhood. Directly to the south of us, they just tore down what we call our 100-acre woods, where they're putting in all the Habitat for Humanity houses. And they're now opening up our dead-end streets for them to be able to access our neighborhood to leave, to go out. Our streets and infrastructure are not designed for that. Would this 2 houses make a big difference? No. But it's changing the whole layout of our neighborhood, because every other house in that area is a single-family house. And that's one of the reasons many of us have moved there. Some of these people have been here over 25 years. Now, on the other side of this property, on the other side of Scott there's 10 empty lots. If he indeed wanted to put in affordable housing, these lots are listed on the assessor's site for $500 that have not been sold. Of course, they're not maintained. It's overgrown. You can't go down the road, nothing. And I have pictures if you need to see them. So let's see, that's the meeting information. As you can see, this all R2s and R3s in our neighborhood there. And then I have pictures here for you. So this is the neighborhood, this is his property right here, Scott is right there, and all of these are undeveloped properties here that have not ever sold since the development put it in. If you look on the county assessor's website, even on their pictures, let me get one up here, it's always been overgrown. The prior owner never took care of it. So to keep it safe so people aren't crashing coming out of the neighborhood and for the kids, Scott has been mowing it and maintaining it for over 10 years. Even in the pictures that they had for sale on the house, it was really bad. This weed right here is one of the ones that are over 6 feet tall in the yard. It's a noxious weed as far as Douglas County is concerned. And this thistle here, if I can get the picture to come up, is another one that's over 7 feet tall. The grass in the neighborhood, these are letters from the neighborhood. This is what it currently looks like because it's not been mowed. You can see the weeds there. You cannot see hardly the fire hydrant at all because the grass is so tall. So,
Okay, we see that the
Yep.
existing condition of the property, but what's your concerns with the
that one, that he's not maintaining what he has now. So how is he going to maintain it when he splits it up and has multiple families living there? And two, once it is rezoned, not only is it not fitting in with the neighborhood, but everything else about it, you know, all these rules change, like how far he's set back from the neighbor's property, how many occupants, you know, how many apartments or townhouses or duplexes he can have on each property and so on. And if he was indeed interested in making more homes for the neighborhood, take some of these other empty lots that are in the neighborhood and put individual houses on them instead of cutting these lots in half.
You're pretty good at technology. You said you were good at technology.
Not me.
Yeah, you did pretty good there.
Yeah, here, you guys want my number? You know, I am what I am. I'm a veteran. My husband's a veteran. He's actually paralyzed from the neck down. You know, we like the serenity. If we had the money, we'd probably be living out in the country somewhere, but we're not that level of class. You know, my husband had a TBI in the military, and he's never been able to keep a job, so it's been on my shoulders, and now he's permanently bedridden. But I'm concerned. My neighbors are concerned. You know, we've dealt with this property and another property right across the street from it that's not being maintained. You know, so we have a lot of obnoxious weeds that are illegal as far as the city's concerned. I can't pull up how many code enforcements that have been on that lot already, but I'm pretty sure it's quite a few, if you look in the record. So, any questions? Did I cover everything? Anything I missed? Okay. Would you guys like the other letters from the neighbors, or?
You can leave it with Eric here. Okay, are there any other opponents that would like to testify?
You guys want to speak?
You're
Okay,
gonna
she has a
say-
few
okay, come
things.
on.
She lives right across the street.
Good almost evening. My name is Anita, last name is Rupert. My address is 7155 North 51st Street. I've been in my home for 31 years. So to look across the street and see what I see, the weeds and all that, I thank God when Scott did move in, because there's only 4 houses on this block. When he moved in, he started maintaining that yard, that grass. And right now it's overgrown right now due to, I know Mr. Ellis has purchased the land, but it's overgrown. There's no cutting or anything done to it. And with me being there for 31 years, like, I know he said he wants to do a 2-family, split the lot up and do 2 homes. He can change that, right, if he wants to. He can go ahead and put an apartment building there. I don't want to look out of my picture window after being there 31 years and see an apartment building or a large duplex or anything like that. I think where is the responsibility of if a developer says, hey, I'm going to build this, but then they turn around and build something else? As neighbors, we can't come back to you guys and say, hey, you said it was okay for them to build this, but they built that. So where does that responsibility lies with the city of Omaha? Because I love my neighborhood. I've been there, like I said, 31 years, and it's quiet, serene, nice, no problem. So I just want to maintain and keep that, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Anita.
Thank you.
Any other opponents? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Freddie, you want to come up and maybe address those concerns, please?
Yeah, I can come back and address it.
Name and address again, please.
Freddie Ellis, 5108 Reed Street, original address 2196 Parker Circle. So just a little bit about me from North Omaha in the community. My dad, he was a veteran as well from Monroe, Louisiana. Mom from Little Rock, Arkansas. Six of us total, 3 brothers, 2 sisters. It was always their job for them to help provide a better life for us. So all of us, they made sure we all went to college, all graduated, got my degree in business, got into owned some rental properties back in 2012 or so. Got out of that, got into flipping, saw the market start to change. So I'm like, well, let me start building single family homes. When I took my Class C license, when I got my Class C license, failed it the first 2 times, passed it the 3rd time. So the past couple of years, I've just been, trying to be on my grind, hustle, make extra money on the side on top of my, full-time job that I do have, and just trying to make a better living for myself and my family. My job here is to, one thing about me, I'm a man of my word. It's not really going to be affordable housing. I build homes on my own, so take out the loans on my own, or else I finance the projects myself. So I don't really work for the city. It's something I'm doing on my own, just trying to progress my life and give my family a better life as well. So with that being said, with my Class C builder's license, I can only build single-family homes or duplexes. My thing to build on this lot is just 2 single-family homes. I'm getting the plan currently, having TPK and Associates draw up those plans right now. I can't even build apartment complexes right now, with my license.
Are you proposing these to be duplexes on these?
No, they're just going to be 2 single-family homes.
Are you selling the homes then?
Yes,
You're not going to own the properties?
I'm not going to own the properties. I'm going to build them and sell them. I've had the property for about maybe like 2 months now. So when I did purchase the land, there was hardly any vegetation on it besides the trees that were there. I just went over there recently, like 2 weeks ago. I am going to have somebody come out, cut the grass. I believe I did talk to her. She came out across the street. I kind of told her like what my plans were, to do, but I'm not building, any apartment complexes or doing anything like that.
So Freddie, if I could ask a question. So your original application was for R5, and then I believe you came in, had a phone conversation with a staff member that you wanted to change that to R4.
Yes.
And so we had already advertised our agenda, I believe, so we couldn't change the agenda, but the recommendation report does talk about that. So, our recommendation is to deny the R5 and approve the R4. Although both are considered low-density residential, you want to build a single-family home on each lot.
Yes.
And the R4, if that's what is approved, does not allow duplexes. So for the neighbors that, have concerns about that, your willingness to go to R4 takes away some of that unknown. Is that an accurate assessment of?
Yes, that is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brady. Okay. Eric, please.
So yes, the majority of the neighborhood is R2 and R3 zoning. As you heard the last case, it's not, and I didn't get into this much, it's not spot zoning if this lot were to be R4 or R5. Spot zoning is more of this is industrial, surrounded by this low density residential. So, the applicant is willing or asked to go to the R4, which I do believe would take away some of those fears of other housing types, although we support those here at the city. I understand, the preference in the area, surrounding area, the single family homes. So, with that being said, the city supports, what the applicant, the change from the zoning district. So our official recommendation is denial of the rezoning from R2 to R5, approval of the rezoning from R2 to R4.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Do I have a motion?
Motion to deny the rezoning from R2 to R5, but approve this rezoning from R2 to R4.
Okay, we have a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Rosacker?
Yes.
Tondel? Sotolongo? Moore? Rupert? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved.
Thank you.
6-0.
The item 26 was withdrawn, so we don't need to cover that one. Next is item 31, which is KC 825-146. Applicant is Mental Health Association of Nebraska. Request is approval of a special use permit to allow transitional living in the R7 district with a request for reasonable accommodation. The location is 140 North 39th Street. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. David Levy, Baird Home Law Firm, 1700 Farnham Street. With me is Tessa Dominguez, 1500 South 70th Street in Lincoln with Nebraska Mental Health Association. The request before you today is for a special use permit for transitional living. This would allow the use of the subject property for 8-bedroom transitional living facility. This is zoned R7. This use is a transitional living for people coming out of incarceration. They also have mental health disabilities, substance abuse, often other things that they are working through as well. This meets all of the requirements of the zoning as set forth in the staff report, except that it does not meet the half-mile separation requirement between uses like this. The closest transitional living facility is 0.47 miles from this. So it's about 150 feet short of meeting that one requirement. We do ask that the planning board waive that requirement in response to the reasonable accommodation request. We provided that. We provided all the information with that, and the staff report does find that this proposed use would qualify for reasonable accommodation. I'll let Tessa talk more to this, but she's met twice with the neighborhood association, and there were some communications in opposition, mostly about concentration of these types of uses. The zoning ordinance does have that half-mile setback, and if you think about it from this particular property, that's a half mile in any direction. So that's a mile diameter circle. That's a very large area. Nonetheless, except for that 150 feet, this use does meet that. But my point again in bringing that up again is to point out I respect the neighbors' concerns about a concentration of these types of uses, but the zoning ordinance in fact deals with those in I think a very strict way, and this proposal meets that, or essentially meets that, and would meet that with a reasonable accommodation. The last thing I would say is, the reasonable accommodation could be argued so far as to require approval of this special use permit. We're not pushing for that. We respect the planning board and the city council and the city's process. We want to work with the city. We're open to conditions of approval. I think there were a few recommended in the staff report. The site meets all of the parking requirements. So we are purposefully limiting our own reasonable accommodation request or the rights that might bring to this one issue of the separation, where again we're about 150 feet short. So we would request your approval of the special, or recommendation for approval of the special use permit to the city council. We're happy to answer any questions. Anything you'd like to add?
I don't know. Most of all of you have seen me up here Most of all of you are pretty familiar with me. Oh, Tessa Dominguez, 1500 South 70th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68506. Most of you are pretty familiar with our organization and what our hopes are with the support that we're hoping to bring to Omaha and the metro area. There's one new person, I think, to the planning board since I was last here. So just a short recap, we've been in operation since 2001, providing supports and services in a variety of different ways to people that struggle with behavioral health challenges. And so that is very similar to what we are hoping to bring to Omaha. We've been doing that in Lincoln since, like I said, 2001. We do have a 20-bed transitional living house in Lincoln. and then another 4-bedroom mental health respite house in Lincoln. And so we have extensive experience with operating these types of houses. Our houses are 24-hour staffed. Programming is brought in to meet the needs of the house, so that what I mean by that is the programming can change from one month to the next because it's depending on the needs of the current guest in the house. My position has changed a little bit since the last time I was here, so I'm no longer the coordinator of these programs. I'm now in the director of operations position, so I still oversee them. I just don't do the hands-on day-to-day operation of the programs, more of a higher level supervision, and open to answering any other questions you guys might have.
Do I understand you currently own the building now and operate a small group living?
Correct.
Out of this, okay. Have you had any issues at all with any infractions or anything at all?
I don't believe so. I think I understand your question. From what I think that I believe that I understand, I don't believe so, no.
There have been a few complaints I know that the city has received from neighbors, but no official complaints from the city or anything like that of which we're aware. I also, just while I've got the microphone, if I didn't mention this before, Tessa also had met with the neighborhood association the last 2 months, so I know that's something that's very important to this board, and she and her staff have done everything they can to get out and meet with people and talk to people in the neighborhood about this proposal.
In addition to that, like, we did ask the neighborhood association about actually being like put on an agenda. They have a small meeting in a small meeting space. It was the recommendation that we try, like, that we continue to show up at those neighborhood associations. They put it on their social media that we're there, that we're attending them. And we'll continue to do that and maybe try some email lists and that type of thing as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Eric?
Yeah, so we discussed this in the pre-meeting. We talked about some of the background with the city's 2006 adoption or creation of the reasonable accommodation policy. So if you do have any questions, you can either ask myself, of course, or Jennifer with the law department about that. But that was a result of lawsuit against the city, and it did result in some use changes within our zoning code and some of the regulators that we see for this type of facility, as well as the small and large group living use types. So we discussed the support of the separation of the 1/2 mile based on the reasonable accommodation application and meeting those requirements that will need to be approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals. So typically that would occur after the city council meeting would be the best timeline. So if it is voted as recommended for approval and this proceeds to city council, and if it's approved there, then the Zoning Board of Appeals would have to officially waive that code requirement. Other than that, it meets all the applicable regulations. Staff recommends approval of the special use permit for a transitional living facility with a request for reasonable accommodation, subject to the 4 conditions in the report.
Thank you, Eric. Do I have a motion? Or not?
Motion to allow the special use permit to allow a transitional living facility on the property with a request for reasonable accommodation, subject to the following 4 conditions in the report.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Kathy, please record the vote.
Tondal?
Yes.
Sotolongo?
Yes.
Moore? Yes. Rupert? Yes. Rosacker?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
Thank you. Okay, I think our final action item is number 37, which is case C14. Is that right? No.
Yes.
That's the last one, right?
Yep.
Case C14, 25-153. The applicant is Planning Board. The request is the approval of the vacation of a portion of Harney Street from Farnham Street to 42nd Street and Harney Street from 42nd Street to 41st Street. Okay, we hear from the applicant.
Bear with me here for a second. Thank you. Amy Lawrenson, Barrett Home, a law firm, 1700 Farnham Street, Suite 1500. I'm here on behalf of Nebraska Medicine, and I'm joined today with Chad Cruz, Nebraska Medicine, Anna Kramer, Nebraska Medicine, Lucas Weatherly, civil engineer with Olson, and Katarna Kinner, owner's representative with Noddle. Nebraska Medicine is here before you today as a proponent to request the approval of the Planning Department's recommendation to vacate Harney Street right-of-way between 41st and 42nd Street, as well as between 42nd Street and Farnham Street, affectionately referred to as the jug handle. This project has a very long history. I think Mr. England can contest to this. This has been in coordination between the Nebraska Medicine Group and the City of Omaha for well over 2 years. But this is an important project, and it's something that will implement a critical component to Nebraska Medicine's master plan to expand and access critical health care to its services. Given, I know you have all been here for a long day, I've done my best to try to cut my notes back here, so please bear with me as I state in my notes here to try to make sure I hit on everything important still. I'll turn the podium over to Olson shortly, but to explain the mechanics of what's included in this request. But first, I wanted to highlight the rationale for this request and really what we're aiming to accomplish with it. First, this is going to allow Nebraska Medicine to make the highest and best use for a property that they own. It's no secret that Nebraska Medicine is landlocked. And what we're looking at here is really trying to deal with urban infill, and that's the name of the game that we're working with here. So namely, they plan to construct a clinic at the southeast corner, of 42nd and Farnham Street. That is what I'm showing you here. So wonderful, beautiful construction building, what we're dealing with here, and that construction cannot happen but for what we're talking about here with the vacation of these streets. The clinic will provide additional patient access to important healthcare services, including primary care, dermatology, GI and colon cancer screening. And the existing grade of the Harney Street that we have at this day and age, and right now, would not allow for the ADA compliant drop-off. With what we have planned for the rework on Harney Street, we can provide adequate slope while maintaining vehicular access to the existing parking garage to the south. This is going to prioritize patient safety and is going to provide an enhanced patient access to care. Second, this request will allow the city to realize its long desire to make Farnham Street two-way street. This is beneficial for safety of the general public of all of Omaha. This supports a long-range traffic realignment plans for Farnham and is previously outlined by the City of Omaha and is intended to simplify the vehicular pathways throughout this area. Said otherwise, this project is really well aligned with Public Works goals within the project. Third, this will allow Nebraska Medicine to continue to deliver on their master plan to ensure the highest and best use of the Nebraska Medicine campus and improve access to patient care, not only here but across all of the campus. In that regard, in relation to this project, Nebraska Medicine has already invested over $7.5 million in the design and early construction efforts. And the potential impact if this were not to be improved and to walk this back would be potentially an impact of a cost of $9.5 million to essentially put back the improvements and to deal with the costs that were already made to date. So said otherwise, it's very important for Nebraska Medicine to move forward with this project. Finally, before I turn this over to Luke, we do anticipate that there will be an opponent to this request in Clarkson Regional Health Services. And to that effect, we believe we have responses to any of the concerns that they might raise, and we would really appreciate the opportunity to respond and answer any of those questions that you might have. So with that, I'm going to hand this over to Olson Associates to address some more of the mechanics and details of what we're dealing with here.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Amy. Luke Weatherly with Olson, 2111 South 67th Street. Feel like we've been at this for quite a while, and thanks for listening to us today. I'm going to put up a different map here that shows the site. So this is the site that we are talking about in yellow. The parcels shown in yellow are owned by Nebraska Medicine. The parcels shown in blue are owned by Clarkson Regional Health Services. Lot 5 is on the left and Lot 6 is on the east there. So talking about being at this for a long time, we met with the city first back in 2003, October of 2003 to be specific. We went through a site plan review through the end of 2003 and then worked with Public Works and the Planning Department on appropriate layouts of the intersections in and around this project, namely 42nd and Farnham Street, as well as 42nd and Harney, and then what we consider the slip lane on 41st Street. Let me find that drawing here. I think I brought too many papers. Actually, I'm going to
While
do
you're
this
doing
one.
that, is Farnham and Harney, are they one-way streets?
So Harney Street is a one-way street today, and in working with city traffic, it will be maintained as a one-way street.
Okay.
Farnham Street is one way for a limited section, which is this small section right here. The intent with this project would be to modify Farnham Street to be a two-way street consistent with Blackstone to the east and consistent with Farnham Street to the west, all the way through Saddle Creek and down to Dodge. So this project and the public improvements associated with this project would implement Farnham as a two-way street, which we know is desirous of the city and the city's master plan, in talking through that with planning, public works, and traffic. And we do have a final traffic study that was approved by the city of Omaha on record. We originally submitted this project as a minor plat and had worked through that process with the vacation of this section of Harney Street and the jug handle. We submitted that in May of 2004 and worked through the end of 2004. And then through April, it was found out that we weren't going to get the second signature of CRHS on that plat. So we had to work with planning and public works to come up with an alternative solution, which is really a city-led process. We did make the request on behalf of Nebraska Medicine for this vacation. There's significant public improvements associated with this project to the tune of $3 million plus. The right-of-way valued for these two sections, based on our assessment of fair market value, would set off a difference of about $1.6 million in overages of public improvements that Nebraska Medicine would be 100% responsible for. We understand that one of the concerns with this project is access to Lot 5 parking garage. Lot 5 is, I'm going to turn this over here. Lot 5 is the parking garage on the west side here. Lot 6 is on the east side. This is the existing configuration of traffic circulation to and from the site. And I should have had 8.5 by 11s, not 11 by 17. As you can see on here, the predominant traffic movements are entrances on the north end of the building and exits on the south end of the building. Yes, there is a small exit on the north end for Lot 5 that goes underneath Lot 6, not heavily used. And then there's also an entrance, not an exit, on the south side of the building that's mainly used by valet services for the Clarkson Hospital on the west side of the project here. So mainly it's one way in from the north and one way out to the south with our proposed project limits, and this shows the site plan in its entirety. It changes the access on the north side to a two-way entrance, maintaining access over to 42nd Street. I mentioned the slip lane as it comes around on here. This would keep one-way traffic on Harney Street for this section. We have had conversations with city traffic on the potential of transitioning Harney Street to a two-way or leaving the ability for that to be a two-way street at some point in the future. And the geometric configuration that we laid out here would allow for that. On the south side of the building, similarly, where it was two-way out, we're proposing to have two-way traffic in, or actually, sorry, two-way traffic, not one-way traffic out. I misspoke there. I will mention that Lot 6 is not planned to be reconfigured or touched in any manner with this project. Both entrance and exits are from the east on 42nd Street.
So on the western building, is that lot 5? The western building?
Say that again, sorry?
The western building, is that lot 5?
Correct, yeah, this is
So
lot 5.
is there an exit on the north side of that parking for that?
Correct.
So they can go through that little courtyard or whatever you call it there to get out?
Yes, this is a drop-off lane here, and it was mentioned a little bit ago about the extreme grade change across 41st Street here, or sorry, Harney Street from 42nd to 41st Street. It's at about 8 or 9%, which is way over what would be considered acceptable for ADA. So to get this drop-off lane to work, we have to lower the grade on that street, reconfigure some of that entrance and exit, and allow for folks that are getting dropped off to drop off and then come into the garage, park, and then pick up. They can come right directly back out and pick up and continue on their way. We did work with Walker Parking throughout the process on this project and came up with what we feel is an acceptable layout for the parking garage. There is a loss of about 58 stalls in that garage. Nebraska Medicine operates and maintains that garage and has actually has a lease through the year 2062, of which they'll have to operate and maintain that garage throughout its what we consider its usable lifespan.
So if they're leaving that drop-off, excuse me, if they're leaving that drop-off area, is it just right in, right out, going out of there then?
Correct. That it is right in, right out. We work with city traffic pretty extensively on different options. We were actually fighting for a left in, southbound left in here, but the recommendations from city traffic, and I believe Ryan was here if you wanted to get up and talk, but was to relegate this to a right in, right out to minimize the queuing that could potentially back up onto Farnham Street. Farnham Street's the predominant street in this intersection. The east-west movement has a lot of traffic. We looked at probably 7 or 8 different options and configurations with this. And this is the solution that aligns not only with the conversations of the city, but the ultimate traffic report at the end of the day.
The sidewalk and the street on Farnham, there's 4 rectangles.
Say that again, I'm sorry?
There's 4 rectangles on the north side of the building between the sidewalk and the street. What are those?
Those are planter beds, actually, that we've talked with urban design, and we may move away from doing planter beds and just have street trees in the landscape area. The cross-section right now in that area has on-street parking on the south side, but with this being a through lane on Farnham Street, or through 42nd, continuing around, we wanted to minimize that on-street parking within the limits of this project and then start the on-street parking as it enters into Blackstone to the east.
And I asked this in pre-council, I guess, or pre-planning, pre-council. The grade on Harney is steep.
Correct.
The grade on Farnham is equally as steep.
Equivalent, yes.
And, you know, with the building, I mean, with the streetcar, and the streetcar is going to go by there and go down to Saddle Creek.
That's what we hear, yes.
And you're not changing the grade at all on Farnham, is that correct?
We are not proposing to change the grade on Farnham at all with this effort, but we do understand and have been coordinating with the streetcar team, understanding what that future grade change could potentially be and have it work with minimal rework on this section right here.
Okay, so that's been done, and the building's been designed to be compatible with the future grade.
Correct. We actually even moved a door. We had a door on the far northeast corner of the building. We slid that to the south. This actually walks out to the east. It's a 4-story building with a walkout on the east, kind of mid-level between 2 and 3, and you walk out on the west at ground level.
Good.
So,
good. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. I probably missed something, so if Chad or anybody else would like to get up and speak, feel free.
Okay. Any other proponents that want to speak then? No? Any opponents?
I tell you what, I'm just going to leave this here.
I was wondering if you're here for that. You've been sitting there all week.
And we submitted a letter. My name is Tori Krieger. I am president of Clarkson Regional Health Services. Clarkson Regional Health Services is a nonprofit here in Omaha. Our address is 450 Regency Parkway, Suite 310. I am here on behalf of Clarkson. And like I said, we submitted the letter, and I don't want to go over everything that we submitted, especially since it's the end of the day and everyone's ready to go home. But Clarkson is a major landowner in this area, and I, have heard that the Nebraska Medicine has been working with the city, well, I guess since 2023 on this. Clarkson has not been involved in any of those discussions, and that is where the majority of our concerns lie. Clarkson owns that Lot 5 parking garage, and that area around there I actually have. I'll see if I can figure this out. There we go. See if I can zoom in a little bit. So all the land in light blue there is owned by Clarkson Regional Health Services. So as you can see, the Lot 5 garage is here and currently has those 2 access points. And so forever taking away one of those access points could really hurt the future uses of that garage. The building that Nebraska Medicine showed, I think, is definitely beautiful and would be a great addition to that area. Right now, that building has no parking. To be able to park, it's going to need some type of easement or access into that Lot 5 garage. We have not been able to work that out with Nebraska Medicine yet. They haven't approached us to ask us for that. And so I think this is just premature in that we haven't had a chance to work through those issues so that we could resolve them. Once you vacate that street, then the street is vacated. So today, I don't think the issue before you is the whole site plan. It's really just that vacation of the street. I think there's the ability to, continue to make Farnham a two-way street, even without that without vacating Harney Street. And I understand that jug handle is a little wonky, and that street pattern there is a little odd. However, the parking garage that we own and our other properties around there were constructed with that street design in place. And so that garage was constructed with those 2 access points. Currently, the garage has a one-way circular pattern. And so to configure this and to remove the access point on Harney Street, the garage is going to have to be made a 2-way garage within the garage with the main entrance and access point over here on the Dewey Street. I think Nebraska Medicine would like to propose a private drive that would go through and allow another access point. But again, that would be a private drive, not really an access from a public street or a public right-of-way. One last item that I just wanted to bring up and maybe clarify is I wasn't able to put it in the letter, but I saw in the report that the recommendation was to approve the final plat as it was attached to the letter. It was unclear. I know the last plat that we were presented, Clarkson Regional was presented with to consent to, had the entire vacated area going to Nebraska Medicine rather than being split between the 2 property owners. I couldn't tell if that's currently what is being recommended on that final plat, but generally it's our understanding that property should be split between the 2 property owners on either side of the street. So I would like that to be clarified if this does get recommended. We would prefer it be held over so that we could work out some of these other details with Nebraska Medicine.
So is your preference to keep it as is, or just to have open communications to see if you can come to some sort of an agreement to make it work for both?
I think it would have been great if we would have been engaged in the discussions from the beginning, but I think we would like to see it at least held over so that we could continue to engage in those conversations and come to a resolution that would benefit both parties.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other opponents? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, but please come up and if you could just address the concerns that were raised.
Yep, that'd be great, thank you. I do have a letter here that I'm going to provide as additional documentation. Oh, sorry, Amy Lawrenson, Barrett Home Law Firm, 1700 Farnham Street, Suite 1500. Again, I have a letter I'm going to go ahead and deliver to all you just to have that be additional documentation that's available. But I'm going to go ahead and read it in here just so it's available to you right now because I believe the decision could be made today and you don't necessarily need that additional evidence there. So First and foremost, thank you again for the opportunity to present our support and proposed Harney Street vacation. We really do regret that the planning board has been drawn into fundamentally what is a dispute, not a dispute about street usage and garage access, but rather a disagreement resulting from recent efforts by Clarkson Regional to renegotiate its business relationship with Nebraska Medicine. This relationship issue is complex, and it may take a very long time to resolve, if it is resolved at all. What is clear, however, is that delaying a vital patient care project over an unrelated business matter is not in the public interest and does not serve the healthcare needs of our community. The focus should remain on where it belongs, expanding healthcare access for the people in East Omaha. The proposed clinic, as we shown here, will significantly improve access to primary care, dermatology, and colon and GI cancer screening. These are critical services for early detection and long-term health outcomes. The ground level entrance is essential for safe and efficient access to the clinic, especially for elderly patients and for those with limited mobility, which I can currently relate to in my current condition. The proposed location on the vacated portion of Harney Street between 44th and 42nd Street offers the safest and the most functional option for patient drop-off. This is far preferable to the alternative locations on a busy Farnham or 42nd Street. Regarding the process and transparency, it is important to note that since last fall, Nebraska Medicine has directly and repeatedly engaged with Clarkson leadership in discussions about this project, including the vacation of Harney Street. In addition to meetings and email exchanges among the leadership, it is the chair of the Clarkson board attended Nebraska Medicine Finance Committee meetings where this project was discussed in detail, and he did not raise any objections or concerns. Clarkson's recent refusal to sign the plat and their current opposition appear to be driven by unrelated business dispute. It is deeply concerning that this is now being used to obstruct a healthcare project and is to the benefit of Nebraskans and especially to us here in Omaha. As for future redevelopment concerns, Nebraska Medicine currently holds the lease on the Clarkson Tower and the parking garage. So yes, they do not own that parking garage, but they have a lease on that parking garage that's at the southwest corner of 42nd Street, what we're identifying as Lot 5. So that lease is through the year 2062. If there's any issues with respect to having to reconfigure directions through it or use of that garage, it is Nebraska Medicine's problem and one they're fully well and able to deal with, because they're going to be the ones as the tenant of the garage using it and having to deal with it. There's no requirement, explicit or implied, for Nebraska Medicine to return Clarkson Tower as an additional item before 2062, nor has Nebraska Medicine made any such commitment. Regardless of future campus developments, including Nebraska UNMC's Project Health, Nebraska Medicine's continued access to this parking garage remains essential, and we believe the clinic actually enhances the value of the parking garage. Vacating Harney Street allows Nebraska Medicine to construct ADA-compliant access to their new clinic and allows Nebraska Medicine to use the parking garage to provide safe and convenient parking for patients and visitors for many years to come. Anyone who has visited the campus understands the importance of that access. In summary, Nebraska Medicine cannot construct its clinic and provide patients with expanded access healthcare service without vacation of Harney Street. This is why this has been such a long-standing and well-endowed project by Nebraska Medicine and why they've worked so closely with the city of Omaha to try to make this happen, including trying to engage Clarkson in the process. While we respectfully urge the planning board to keep the focus on what truly matters here, improving healthcare across East Omaha community and supporting safe and functional healthcare campus, and allowing this much-needed project to move forward without any unnecessary delay. I just want to, one final thing, want to run through some of the communications here so I can detail out how many communications did take place and what efforts did take place from Nebraska Medicine's end here. On November 7th, 2024, sorry, I'll start at the beginning. Clarkson has been aware and made notice of the plans to vacate Harney Street for at least 12 months. Multiple meetings and emails between Nebraska Medicine and Clarkson since November 2024 have taken place. Nebraska Medicine has acted and continues to act in good faith and believed, based on Clarkson's engagement in the beginning representations, that Clarkson would ultimately approve the street vacations, but that did not happen. So some of the key dates to consider here: on November 7th, 2024, Jenny Bartholomew with Nebraska Medicine spoke with Dr. Kennedy, the then CEO of Clarkson, currently vice chair of the Clarkson board, and followed up in detailed email with the Clarkson leadership about this project. On November 2024, Nebraska Medicine updated the subdivision agreement as requested by Clarkson and changed Clarkson from a subdivider to a beneficiary of this project. They still did not sign. December 4th, 2024, there was a meeting between Nebraska Medicine and Clarkson. January 7th, 2025, there was another meeting between Nebraska Medicine and Clarkson. February 28th, 2025, we had the email from Ms. Krieger with Clarkson to Jenny Bartholomew suggesting that Clarkson's decision not to take action and approve the plat was more of a timing issue than anything else. It wasn't until we received this letter that we had definitive knowledge that they were going to oppose this project. So I just want to urge that there's additional consideration here that Nebraska Medicine made continued efforts to engage Clarkson on this effort. And this is something that, they continue to work with the city of Omaha to make this project happen as well. It was only because of opposition, as we said, for unrelated business reasons, we believe that this was being opposed. Okay. Any questions on that?
Nope. Thanks, Amy. Okay. No, I closed the public hearing. All right, Eric.
Tori, could you come up? How would you describe or would you agree with Amy's analysis of specifically for the garage on Lot 5? Obviously,
Yes.
Under Clarkson's ownership.
Correct.
But as far as maintenance, repairs, modifications to the garage, could you just touch on that from your perspective?
Yeah. I'd have to, obviously go back and reread the entire lease that's been in place for a while. But there are definitely things, that could, and again, kind of outside the purview of this discussion, there's obviously with any lease, there's things that could terminate a lease early. Currently, they are required to maintain the garage as the lessee of that space. But Clarkson is still the owner of that garage and has the property rights there. And I think, just one other thing I wanted to touch on, I know she went into detail about different communications, but I think it was clear that the first communication was really November of 2024, so just this fall, late winter, or early winter, late of last year, that we were first notified. And so that was the first communication that we did have. And we were basically handed the plat agreement and said we need this signed tomorrow. And so that was our first communication.
So on that note, so the plat came to planning board June 2024 under the name Briggs Place Replat 12. It was later discovered that Replat 12 was taken, therefore the Replat 14. So are you saying Clarkson was not aware of the plat application that came to planning board in June of 24?
Not that I am aware of. I do not believe we received any notification of that.
The city would have sent a notification to Clarkson.
They would have,
being
and
within
we
300 feet
have a
that
stack
included a
of those.
rezoning.
Yeah, and we have a stack of those because obviously we own a lot of property and we get those and we review each of them carefully. And I do not believe we received that, or if we did, we also moved office locations, so could have gotten lost in some of that relocation.
Okay.
But as
Thank
far
you.
as I'm aware, we did not receive that.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Ready?
I suppose, I guess, I don't know how much I have, so I might call Ryan Haas. Both Ryan and Mike have been a little bit more involved in the details, a lot of correspondence with Luke Weatherly. So Tori had previously asked about the status of the plat, and so I'm looking at that, and as I'm texting Ryan and Mike for backup, it's my understanding that the plat document would reference the right-of-way vacated, or to the right-of-way that's currently the subject matter on this case. On the plat, it would be indicated vacated by separate instrument. Ryan, could you come up and either confirm that or
Yeah, Ryan, excuse me, Ryan Haas with the Public Works Department. The conditions of each of these two respective cases refer to each other now. So the plat cannot be recorded without the vacation. The vacation cannot be recorded without the plat. So they're running together. Excuse me.
So when the plat originally came in, it included a signature for Clarkson, I recall, and that kind of goes back to.
Well, yeah, because the original plat was proposed to be the
Yes.
vacating mechanism.
Yep.
So at that time, it would have required Clarkson to be a signatory.
Okay.
What is now proposed would be a plat between with Nebraska Medicine being the subdivider, the sole subdivider.
So Clarkson did sign off?
No, there was a signature block on the plat that included it, and that was our understanding, the coordination to get that plat signed by Clarkson, of course, by Nebraska Medicine. So the plat would be the vacating mechanism. Obviously, that did not happen. That is kind of what has led to this separate vacation process. Do you have anything else that you want to touch on, I guess, from Public Works perspective? I know it's open-ended, but.
Just to clarify or reiterate, the value that the city is receiving as far as the public improvements that Nebraska Medicine will be obligated to construct under the subdivision agreement associated with Briggs Place Replat 14, that's being provided as a consideration in exchange for what may otherwise be required to be paid as far as fair market value for the vacation. So that is an arrangement that's acceptable to the city. The conversion of the farm corridor complies with the city's long-term vision. So this is a plan that would carry that out to remove that last little segment of one-way. So that's kind of the genesis of the recommendation for, our recommendation for approval. That being said, we always tell any applicant with a right-of-way vacation that involves third parties that coordination is necessary, and ideally that the parties come to some arrangement where that's resolved ahead of time before they come back for formal action.
And as part of the process for a planning board initiated, which is what this is called, vacation, there is the damages committee, which is made up of 3 city council members, correct?
Yes.
I don't know if you have anything to add on that, but otherwise that is a component of the process.
Yeah, that's a step in the process that allows for third parties who feel that they're being in some way damaged by the proposed vacation to be able to voice those concerns.
And why are both adjoining property owners not involved in?
Can you repeat
Well,
that?
normally if you have a vacation alley or road, the property owners on either side are involved in the process. One, either they both participate or one doesn't and allows the other one to go forward. In this situation, there doesn't seem to be a consensus between the two parties. I really don't appreciate being in the middle. You know, a dispute between these two conjoined entities. We're in place to make some sort of a decision with virtually no knowledge of what's been going on. You understand where I'm coming from?
I understand. Amy, if you could step up, please.
Yeah. Can I reply to the question on 2 parties?
Go ahead.
You need to get a scooter.
I know, I need to get it.
Yes, typically the right-of-way would go to both sides, and we had that inquiry to planning when we got to the point where the plat wasn't going to be the vacating mechanism, saying, okay, can we vacate and have the property line go down the middle of the street and half of the right-of-way go to Clarkson and the other half go to Nebraska Medicine. Unfortunately, the answer at that point was that would not be supported by the planning department, not to put words in your guys' mouth, because it would create an unbuildable lot that Clarkson would be taking over or wrap in multiple other entitlement processes to include the Lot 5 and 6 into a new plat document. And we didn't feel that that was a viable path forward at the time. So that was thought about, and we would have loved to proceed that way and take our half, they take their half, or take Nebraska Medicine's half and they take theirs, but that was not a viable path forward from what we were instructed at the time.
As a follow-up, because you do have a sky bridge that would go over the outlot or lot owned by Clarkson that the city felt was even murkier. Amy? Sorry.
Yes.
So obviously this board is, it's hard enough for city staff being involved with several emails on this matter. Obviously the board has not been included and up to this point, so I understand they're trying to process and, you know, we're hearing two different things. How do we get through this?
I may have a suggestion.
Well, okay, I'd like to hear that opinion. I don't know. Amy, you state that you have explored all avenues of trying to work with Clarkson and that this is perhaps a matter about a other issue or something.
And we thought we had a course forward here with respect to working with the city and having this be planning department proposed. So we still thought that this would be something that would be able to proceed forward under this route. Especially given not only, as Luke explained, the fact that we could, you know, not leave an outlet as an island there, but also because of the amount of improvements that Nebraska Medicine would be making here, they far outweighed even the amount that would be compensated for the entirety of the vacated area. I would say, I mean, not to tell you all what your job is, but the job is to look at the evidence that's before it and whether or not there was communication as part of that consideration. What we've provided you is the fact that that communication did take place. I have the emails in my folder if you need additional evidence there as well. And we gave you dates as far as when those meetings happened. I guess as far as this being something that gets held up for indefiniteness to having two parties agree, that doesn't seem like a logical thing that, you know, if that were the case, a lot of projects would be held up in this city.
Yeah. No, and obviously the city is recommending approval
Yeah.
subject to the conditions,
Yeah.
but
Which all
it's a
these conditions
recommendation
yeah.
which,
and all those conditions,
you know, I can't
Nebraska
force the
Medicine's
board to vote one
yeah,
way or the other.
completely
So
understand.
it's, you know, so I'm just trying to continue the dialogue here to assist
Can
the
I
board.
surrender the podium to Luke for his suggestion?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
So, Luke Weatherly, 2111 South 67th Street. One thing that we've heard consistently is the loss of access on the north side of Lot 5. In this case, there is no loss of access to that north side. In fact, the north side of the parking garage is being enhanced. There's a new elevator tower that's being installed there on a walkway to get from Lot 5 to this new Farnham Clinic building. One thing we've discussed but not brought up during our pre-meeting or the meeting today is the possibility of an access easement that goes from 42nd Street to the entrance of that garage that could be granted from one party to the other, or a public access easement that would provide some living an actual piece of paper documentation that provides that access, not in perpetuity, but maybe it's tied to the date of the lease that Nebraska Medicine has to use that garage. That would be one thing that Nebraska Medicine is in favor of putting on the table as, hey, is this what it's going to take to solve at least this issue? And then some of the other discussions that need to happen rightfully behind closed doors can happen that way. So.
Okay. Thank you, Luke. Tori, could you come up, please? What are your thoughts on what Luke just said about an access easement? And is it strictly that issue, besides the conflicting information or commentary about coordination between the two parties, is the primary concern related to that north access and not having frontage on a public street? And does Luke's potential easement solution help? from Clarkson's perspective?
I don't know if I know enough yet to know if that would solve everything. You know, I think there's a number of other issues still that need to be resolved, such as a connecting skywalk and an easement, you know, to be able to do that, and construction and change of use of the parking garage. I think there's some other issues that need to be resolved. And our board did have the board of Clarkson Regional Health Services did discuss this at a board meeting and decided to decline to consent to the plat agreement. And we sent that notification to Nebraska Medicine, and we have not had any discussions about why or, you know, any attempt to engage other than them letting us know that they were going to pursue this through the administrative process rather than engaging in those discussions. So I think there are paths forward that we could work together on. We just haven't had the opportunity to engage in those discussions.
Okay, thank you. So I guess, since I'll keep going here. The city's going to recommend approval subject to the conditions, so I will read that here. With that being said, I would strongly encourage these parties to continue to coordinate as this vacation process and ultimately the plat proceed to city council. That is would be the city's perspectives and recommendation. So with that being said, the city is recommending approval of the vacation of a portion of Harney Street from Farnham to 42nd and Harney from 42nd to 41st, subject to the 5 conditions in the recommendation report.
Okay, thank you, Eric.
I'm inclined to want to land over until I see some sort of a common ground on these. I'm reluctant to go a direction.
What if there is no common ground?
When there's no common ground and there's a potential for legal action. So I'm not comfortable with that.
Well,
I don't know. I mean,
with the city, you mean?
30 days, is that going to help or not? I don't know, but maybe it would put people at the table just to get something going forward. I don't know.
I don't know that would solve anything. But I do agree that all issues are resolved through communications. Right? You got to continue to communicate.
But are we moving something forward in a way that would never be agreed upon by the other side? For example, in this case...
Turn on your mic.
In this case is the vacation. If we vote on this today and it goes through eventually, the vacation would result in Nebraska Medicine getting all the property in the way it's written correct right now. Yeah, okay.
And that's what I feel, that without an agreement from Clarkson.
But this isn't the first time that this has been addressed. I mean, when was the first? We did this back last summer, I think, didn't we?
But they didn't sign up.
I know it, but they knew about it.
Right.
And even if we approve, they still need the signature. They still need to come together and make an agreement or not?
No.
This would
The
give...
plat
okay.
will not include Clarkson as a signature.
Potentially puts the Sky Bridge in jeopardy, though, I guess. Or whatever.
I'm not talking about the Sky Bridge because I don't know what's under the lease with the building.
Right.
That's
but
not,
it's part of the design, and so I'm trying to figure out, I guess, just realistically, what are the levers here? What's the leverage points here? I guess. Anyway. Yeah, if we approve, do they just redesign it? I mean, this is what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, and ultimately the authority lies with the city council. The planning board is making a recommendation just as the city is. So this is not a conditional use permit. You're not the final authority.
When would it go to council then?
It's usually a couple of months. I don't know. Luke or Ryan, have you been having conversations with Crystal on timeline?
Yeah, usually 6.
Come on up.
From what we heard from Crystal Roberts in General Services with Public Works, it'd be about 6 to 8 weeks for moving some paperwork around before it went to City Council. The Damages Committee would also have to be convened with the new administration coming in and making sure that those meetings could be set. They hadn't been scheduled yet. So they're kind of waiting on today to start scheduling the meetings for Damages Committee and then moving on to City Council from that.
Okay, let's get a motion.
Okay, on case 37, make a motion for the approval of the vacation of a portion of Harney Street from Farnham Street to 42nd Street and Harney Street from 42nd Street to 41st Street, subject to the five following conditions in the report.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No, roll call.
Moore,
Yes.
Rupert,
Yes.
Rosacker,
No.
Tondel,
Yes.
Sotolongo,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Approved 5 to 1.
Okay. Appreciate talking. Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
You hate to see a project like this not occurred because you're not talking, so it's important. They're doing minutes. Yep, need approval of the minutes from the May 25 pre-meeting and public meeting. Had a motion? Matt, okay. And a second by Jorge. Any discussion?
Rupert,
Yes.
Rosacker, Tondel, Sotolongo, Moore, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Approved 6 to 0.
Roll call.
Rosacker, Tondel, Sotolongo, Moore, Rupert, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Approved 6 to 0.